Alright, folks, good morning. I know it's Karnovember, and I keep teasing Karnovember by constantly putting Karnovember in the title and the stream notification and everything. But my dudes, it is cold out. This is a cold November for us after such a hot October, so I can't complain too much. But I'm feeling so chilly that I'm going to be in an Arctic mood right now. And so we're going to play The Pale Beyond, the game that has been on my radar for a bit. Basically, I'm using this tail end of the year to go through a backlog of games I've either had on the wish list or the to stream list. Okay, cool. So capture works. Good and good. Only trouble is it's one of those games where if I alt-tab out, there it goes, it pauses. But hey, at least it works. Easy capture, I can't complain too much about. Settings. Exclusive full screen. You're not sharing none of this. VSync. I can't turn it off. Anti-aliasing. We'll turn it on if I need it. Full screen window. Doesn't change anything really. Audio still feels very soft to me, but that's as loud as it gets. Let me see something. Okay, it's just soft piano, I guess. It's meant to be soft piano. That's okay. Maybe the rest of the game will be louder. Gameplay, zooming speed, and panning speed. We'll mess around with that when we need to. Accessibility. Disable decorum game overs. How about we make text size a little bit higher so you folks at home could see? Achievements. Persist between saves. Deplorable, the worst fates. There's our cannibalism route. Okay. We got extras. What do we got here? The making of documentary. How cool. You could even import demo saves if you had any. Should we jump into it then, fellow travelers? Starting a new expedition. There's an E button. Select a week to prune and delete. Do I need to? No. So, normal game balancing on normal. Original launch balancing on classic. They had to up the difficulty, huh? Sepia here. Lower temperatures across the whole game. Seeing as this is my very first time even touching this. Let me see, could I up? I mean, my desktop audio bar showed in the yellow, so I guess it's okay. It just sounds really soft to me. I think it's my first time touching this. Let's just stick with normal. Oh, the air be's cold. I get to click all the stuff. A flake in white as a sailor begs their pledge. To the ice they'll pray that leads reveal. Out on the ice they'll stake a claim. In the dark they'll brace themselves. I get to use poetry to decide our attributes. Pray that leads reveal. So that's gonna be what? Better surveying? They'll stake a claim. Is that for profits? Or, I don't know. In the dark, they'll brace themselves. Is that more fortitude? To the ice, out on the ice, in the dark. So maybe better surveying, better something, better fortitude. How about let's brace ourselves in the dark. O'er the air be's cold, a flake and white, as a sailor begs their pledge that in the dark they'll brace themselves for horrors still ahead. That'll make these more difficult. Of homes they'll dream to the souls around, of glory found. Of homes they'll dream, of warmth long lost and chased to frost world's edge. A hunger draws desperate here, one that cannot be fed. Such lonely souls need lead. Its calling sows dispread. I feel like if a hunger draws that can't be fed, that's gotta be literal. We're going to be hungry. If it's a hunger, lonely souls need lead. That's gonna be what? Morale issues? Sows dispread. Seems to me like resources we can't keep our hands on. Greater hunger, fewer resources, morale maybe? What will ye do when steel hearts break and courage does abscond? Maybe this isn't choosing my difficult. Maybe it's not choosing what my benefits will be, but what the difficulty stuff will be. I'll lead these souls, so help the gods, do what must be done. Learn to live a life out here. We'll lead these souls, so help the gods, out of the pale beyond, given that it's panning deeper and deeper into the sea, to the wreck of the temperance, already claimed by sea life. I don't think that bodes very well for us, does it? Let's begin this journey. Crew wanted. Able-bodied crew wanted for dangerous expedition, months of darkness, low wages, slim chance of safe return, glory to be had in the event of success. How could anybody say no to that? You're alone in the office. The tea in your hand has long since gone cold. Perfectly adequate. Besides, I got my hot cocoa that's also gone cold. Oh my goodness, a painting to the left. It's Schubert. She's holding Schubert. Looking around the room, you can make out a collection of military books. On the desk is a ship in the bottle. A metronome ticks away steadily. I'm assuming, is this my metronome in my office or am I in somebody else's office? Harmless, insufferable, I find it rather calming. The dedicated rhythm soothes the senses. It stops. Oh, thanks! Keep waiting. You hear footsteps climbing the stairs that brought you here. Remain standing. The door behind you swings open. The captain bounds past you to the other side of the desk. Do you have all of your teeth? Sorry, enough to get by. Open mouth. Sorry? Shaw! What kind of a name is Shaw? Answer the question, please. I've not had scurvy before, enough to get by, open mouth. I've not had scurvy before. If that's what you're asking. Me neither. The captain sits down. How many people have died under your supervision? I don't appreciate this line of questioning, feels confrontational. These are very important questions. I feel like if I had no one die under my supervision before, that is a testament to my own inexperience. But how about we play this as a complete blank slate, right? We never played this game before. Ergo, nobody has died under my supervision. But if we game over, speaking of game overs, I haven't prepped my death counter. Let me delete the 30 deaths that we had from Veritas. So for now, we'll say none. But if we do end up game overing, we'll have plenty of deaths, won't we? So it's none for now. Meaning you're either perfect for the job, a liar, or you've never been in command. What did I say? It's a testament to my inexperience. Which is it? If I was a liar, would I be in this room? Or the latter, we've never been in command. Or just brush it off. I don't appreciate this line of questioning. If I was a liar, would I be in this room? Please, take a seat. Thank you. The chair is uncomfortably large. The seat feels worn. I'm Captain Hunt. I don't get to pick my own name. The pleasure is mine, Robin Shaw. I do appreciate that the name is gender neutral. Robin could go either way. I thought I get to roleplay as my own damn self, or whoever character I want to be, but it turns out we're a known entity. We're a known entity, we're a person, we're a Robin Shaw. But Robin Shaw could be anything. The pleasure is mine, Robin Shaw. He nods. On your desk, which ship is that? Ah, this. The tailed, isn't she? I don't get it. A bit pessimistic. I mean, it might be trapped, but it was a hobby thing for a while, wasn't it? Making ships in bottle. It shows a kind of maritime interest, and it shows a very meticulous mind to make something like this. Incredibly. An old sailor superstition. I hope you weren't waiting too long. Is this a waste of my time? I'm told it's worth the wait. It's fine. There's been a lot of candidates. Some good, some bad. Interesting mix. I'm sure you understand the need for discretion. Advert said there was glory to be had. We're just here for the profiteering. It's all a bit convoluted for a sailing job. I'm not in the habit of trumpeting my work to every would-be sailor in the street. I need to know if you're right for the job first. He looks down his list of questions. Were you born a landlubber or a sea dog? I could say I'm sorry. From the city, salt-born. From the ocean, same as yourself, mixed. If I knew, I'd tell you, been all over. So you could have benefit being landborn, saltborn, or mixed. Given the crest for landborn shows a banner with a lion and a crown, and from the city. I'd assume that starts you off with less nautical ability, but what would it be? Some connection, some wealth brought into this? I'm gonna say mixed, because me personally, right, I was born on the islands and spent plenty of time on boats, so I'm gonna say mixed. Mutt wash. If I knew, I'd tell you, been all over, but I'm here now. Ah, a mutt wash. Plenty of those joining. Myself included. With a sly wink, he likes that. Military experience? Colonial, Royal Admiralty, merchant, sailed the merchant lines 12 years, criminal, only evading them. Well, it looks like my options are Navy, Merchant Navy, or criminal. So I guess I'll put my own military background into this. Royal Admiralty. Royal Admiralty, 2 tours. A mutt watch from the Navy. I guess I'm not that special these days. Under what circumstances did you leave? Again, honorably. Well, we've no stewards to wipe your arse out here. You best get used to doing that yourself. I mean, I don't know about their universe, but in our universe, to get out with an honorable discharge, you basically just need a pulse. You gotta get into trouble to shake that honorable discharge off. You gotta earn it. It's not even dishonorable discharge. To get other than honorable, you have to earn that distinction. Have you ever fired a weapon? Yes. Have you ever killed a man, directly or otherwise? Or otherwise, I really don't know. In this case, if this person is part of some colonial royal admiralty and got off with honors, he probably did. So for Robin Shaw, I'm going to say yes. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I see. You're not married, are you? Happily, of course not. Irrelevant, of course not. You better not have a death wish. One must believe the return to justify leaving in the first place. And any less, and you're doing yourself a disservice. Months of darkness, low wages, slim chance of safe return. That didn't deter you, did it? Quite the opposite. So I'm here. Good work is hard to come by these days. Man's got an honorable discharge from the Admiralty, and he's having trouble finding work. It's to be expected, surely. We simply expected such hardship. I thought it blunt, but it's proven remarkable at weeding out the weak and the pretend. So where are we headed? Assuming I have the job. We're here to find that ship in the bottle. The Temperance? So the ship in the beginning wasn't ours then. No, so Viscout, never mind. Heard of it? No, enlighten me. He clears his throat. 5 years ago, she set sail on a research expedition towards the Dead Peninsula. Very optimistic name. They were trying to find and study the absolute magnetic south. Did they? If they found it, I might have heard of them. She never came back. Her last known location was 200 miles south of land, presumed lost to the ice. 5 years is a bit late for a rescue operation. They're probably dead. Has he not heard of the Obra Dinn? Beginning to sound like a suicide mission. And we're supposed to be chasing this ship. Exactly. 5 years is a bit late for a rescue mission, though. Alive or not, their research is supposedly of extreme importance. Gonna need more than rumors about a lost ship? If I'm putting my life at risk? Naturally. Here's what we do know. Not one person or thing has been heard from the Viscount since it first left port. Really? Not even like supply drops in other ports. Until now? Until now. Someone was found who claims to have been on that ship. Where are they now? Dead. But their testimony seems to have outlived them. Those with more money than sense want that old ship. That's the job. If I don't pick the first mate, somebody else will, and, well, my judge of characters got to me this far. I like this Captain Hunt so far. What of our crew? Quite the mix. A work in progress. Some I've known for years. They'll get in on trusted experience. Others, well, they interview. Any impress you? That remains to be seen. We do have transport, though. We'll be traveling on board the Temperance. We're gonna end up on the bottom of the sea so many times, just like the beginning. She's a beauty. Greenwood, generational. Not many left like it these days. The Viscount of the Temperance. Their sister ships. Oh, this is cursed already! Built together. Set out into this world to die alone. Poetic. Indeed. I'd like to think that one calls out for the other. The captain looks at the bottled ship. So what do you think? It's worth it. If there's a chance anyone's alive, I really doubt that anyone will be at this point. Not much to go on. It sounds like you'll need all the help you can get. We will. The captain checks his watch. Anyway, I think I've heard enough. The captain stands up. We leave in a month. Welcome aboard, Shaw. Proverbially speaking. Don't you need more information? I feel like if I was dodging his questions and had a criminal background, not what I expected, so I had the job. He isn't what I expected. This guy is pretty nice. And what did you expect? We're more than our mistakes, Robin. Let people surprise you. I'll see you on the Temperance. I've got a good feeling about you, Shaw. That makes one of us. The feeling is mutual, Daddy. I mean, the feeling is mutual, Captain. The captain makes his way to the door, and you follow. And we get to be his mate. You arrive at the docks. A month to the day. Before you lies a ship. The letters at its side read, Temperance. I could approach? That's the objective. Approach the Temperance by way. Oh, look, there's little people. And the exclamation mark. You walk the cobble towards a boarding ramp. Beside is a sharply dressed man overseeing the loading of cargo. It's kind of smaller than I expected for a mission like this. And I mean, I guess my on-board experience for a ship of this era is mostly the Obra Dinn. But the lifeboats look a lot bigger than I expected. They got practically 2 mini ships on the side, and then 2 smaller ones in the middle. I mean, I guess, comparing it to the Obra Dinn, this isn't... I'd say it's about equitable size. Alright. Speak to the man. He turns to you with a stern expression. You can feel his eyes assessing you. A military gait. You must be Hunt's pick for first mate. Figured he'd keep it in the ranks. Good man. He extends an arm. And just keeps extending it. Richard Templeton, a pleasure. Shake his hand. You'd accept his offer of a handshake. It's a considered shake. I shall be operating as Chief Science Officer on this expedition. I am also the incumbent representative of our benefactor. Do, however, consider myself and my team at you and the captain's disposal. What you specialize in, Mr. Templeton, look forward to working together. I'm fairly certain we're all disposal, very pessimistic. We gotta do a full pessimist run, don't we? What do you specialize in? Applied botany. Not much use for botanists on ice, is there? Templeton glares at you. I assure you, I am well equipped in all matters scientific. No doubt I needed to inform you of your duties, you're second only to Captain Hunt himself. Though I must warn you that you have quite the task ahead. The rabble I've spent the afternoon sorting are the same that you have to whip into shape. Punctuality, schedule, A strict adherence is what we need if this expedition is to succeed. I expect you to be the organized sort. You would not have been assigned the role otherwise. So it's week 0, morning, minus 10 degrees Celsius. More in common with the crew than do yourself, Mr. Templeton? More than enough experience with the crew of this nature? You speak like you're in charge? I have more than enough experience with the crew of this nature, Mr. Templeton. That is comforting to hear. It would seem for most of the crew, the captain favored personal history over expertise. It's good to know we found the capable sort for such a vital role. Let me know when you're ready to depart. The less valuable time we waste here, the better. So we have options. There's the Temperance itself, a young man, the city we could look at. Who's this young man over here? A young man stands at the ramp, steeling himself for the journey ahead. Hesitantly, he begins to drag his feet up the ramp and onto the ship. So this is just searching, looking around, examining stuff. Okay, I could use my mouse to go around the options. Alright. Not my mouse, the keyboard, I mean. I kind of like when games like this, if it's not like reaction, action-y kind of game, if I can just go keyboard only. It feels fitting more so than having one hand flying around. You'll be gone for quite a while. It'll be some time before you see the city again. And the Temperance itself. Beautifully modeled. I even like the color of the flag. Hunt's description of the ship was accurate. Near identical to the Viscount, barring some modern additions. Well, all I can do now is set sail. Save tree system. Well, we haven't got any branches yet, but it's pretty cool to see that we could, in fact... Is this gonna have like a timeline? Like a nunnery game style timeline if I mess up and want to go back and fix my mistakes. Set sail. First week on the Temperance. The Pale Beyond. Now we get some appreciable music. I'm going to assume that this will have more in common with Dunwall than it has with our own actual history. 30 minutes into stream, it has been 1 month already. I'll lead these souls, so help the gods, out of the Pale Beyond. Let me see how the audio bars compare. Okay. It's in the green, but not super high. First Mate Shaw. Personal log. It's been 1 month since I signed on, and 1 week since we set sail aboard the Temperance. I'm told the waters will get warmer as they pass the hemisphere, before they turn colder. The Temperance. The Admiralty had nothing like this. An abomination! Nah, she's magnificent. A technical marvel. Elegant machinery, expertly weaved through one of the fastest hardwood ships of its day. Reborn for this mission, breathing again with life, she's simply magnificent. I'm gonna make the biggest entry I can before signing off. As for its master, he's mostly kept to his quarters so far. I trust the captain. We've interviewed with him, I think I could trust him. The captain seems a trustworthy sort. Experience alone justifies his position. There aren't many who make out the other end of the naval military service with other limbs, let alone his vigor. But he's not telling the whole truth? I've heard the rumors. Well, tell us about those rumors. Drinking, desertation. There's probably a good reason he's dressed in antiques. too quick to judge. I trust him. Perhaps I'm too quick to judge. I trust him, but I must let my guard down. I do find myself warming to the man. As for the rest of the crew, there are now 22 of us, including the captain. Our next port will be our last before we enter the ice, to pick up the remaining 4 members of the crew, the scouting team. Hunt is also keen to work out a deal on a pack of sledding dogs. The crew are a strange lot, eclectic as the ship itself. And speaking of who's paying for this, I can't help but wonder who's footing the bill for all this. Certainly not the captain. Such exquisite modifications to the ship must have come cheap. I should investigate further. One of Hunt's sailors approaches. Yo, Joe. Captain wants you at the helm. Good. I want to see him. Week 1, morning. There's a forecastle, the captain's cabin. I could look at the crow's nest. Apparently stands unoccupied. Scouting team expected to join the next port. Now here's what I wonder. How much can I roam around? If, say, I go to the captain's cabin. Let's go join up at the helm first. You ascend to the stairs to the stern and find the old captain manning the helm of the ship. Ah, Robin, lovely day for it, isn't it? It is indeed, Captain, but if Lackey summoned me, don't you have a helmsman to do that for you? Now, before we go criticizing him, indeed it is, Captain, we'll build up rapport first. Indeed. It's days like these I make sure to do my share of the sailing. He winks. Too old to stomach a storm? Perhaps. Wouldn't want to rob the actual helmsman from the learning experience, though. He thinks for a moment before stepping aside and stretching out a wrinkled hand. Did you ever take the helm in the Admiralty? Never felt right not to for me. Here, why don't you have a try? I really have other duties to be attending to, though. Well, it just struck me. What if this is his way of father-son bonding? We're both mutts who had joined the Admiralty. We're his first mate. Maybe he does see some kind of fatherly experience in this. Are you sure? Yes, this is important. In that case, he won't be a stick in the mud. You grip the wheel of the ship, and feel the weight of the waves in your arms. You shift and wass it to pan around. Okay. If it'll let me. The memory in your muscles rear themselves as they begin to move in time with the ship and the... He's gonna die, isn't he? There's rumors around him, but he's having this fatherly teaching bonding moment. He's going to die, and I'm going to have to do this steering. Easy. I'm just looking around, though. There, you have it. The captain pats you on the back. Fantastic. Now try to get a sense of where we are. Get some perspective. Mouse wheel to zoom. It's a pretty slow zoom on the mouse. Do I have any other way of zooming? I don't have... There. I have zooming speed. I can make the zoom faster. This feels like what a default slow speed should be to me. Maybe this is one of those games where they went gamepad in mind, and if you're pushing up and down on the analog stick, you could get it very fast. But if you're going, uh, 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 that's top setting and it's pretty slow to me. Panning and zooming speeds, yeah. Hey, Toasty. He takes the wheel back from you. I think I'll drink the morning in a little longer. Literally, there's rumors. Would you mind preparing my quarters for the day's work? There's much to do. Okay. But what happens if I go to the forecastle? It's locked! Fine, captain's cabin. Let's look around. The tub. A pristine, furnished tub secured to the floor. The luxury to be had on the ice. The painting. A very promising painting. Classical painting depicting sailors doing battle with the Kraken. Toasty, what brings you here, baby? Toasty, do you want to go on the ice too? Do you want to go on the ice, Papa? An ode to an old folk story known to all Captain Samus. Or was it Hamish? How about ode to an old folk story known to all, then comma, Captain Samus or Hamish? On the desk you make out a variety of papers. Toasty. Don't forget, Toasty. You get in trouble when you try to climb on my shelves. I don't want you going over there, baby. Toasty. Toasty, we are running a tight ship this expedition. Move, baby. Go on. Go on. You need to learn discipline too, Toasty. You've been getting in trouble too much. Wow. Write papers, notes, and maps. As well as a sealed letter with a stamp you don't recognize. I think if I was a criminal background, I'd be able to open this letter without breaking the seal. The desk itself is suspended with ropes to keep it safely in place. Well, let's go take requests. The captain joins you. Now, let's run through our provisions before taking requests. To start, there's 23 souls signed on to this expedition, ourselves included. That's 16 free to be assigned tasks if they aren't already busy. The rest are assigned to their permanent stations. You are only able to deploy crew who you have discovered. They must be in good health and not otherwise deployed to another post. Toasty, come on, baby. We'll be picking up the scouting crew at the next port. Toasty! No, this isn't for Toasties. This area to my left, that's not Toasty zone. There's no food for you there, baby. Toasty, you... are going outside now. Love the kid, but he could be so infuriating. The lot of us also seem to be in good spirits. For now, that 100% morale is not going to last long. The expedition will end tearing itself apart at the end of the week with no decorum left. Have enough provisions for at least 6 months in case of emergency. If you cannot afford the minimum food rations at the end of the week, the crew will become malnourished. Unless cured, malnourished status will develop into scurvy, a severe status effect that prevents crew from working, eventually killing them all at the end of the week. More than enough fuel to see us there and back again. Colder temperatures will increase the minimum fuel required at the end of the week. If you cannot afford the minimum fuel, crew will become freezing unless cured. Freezing status will develop into frostbite. Severe status that affects the status effect that prevents crew from working, eventually killing them. Sledding dogs. There's still a matter of negotiation. Dogs will be needed to send sledding teams out to gather resources on the ice. Sending hunts out further requires a greater amount of dogs. They will rest and become available between the weeks. So I better hope those expeditions with the dogs bear fruit, otherwise we could waste an entire week for nothing. Now on to the work. Corvid and Cordell. Oh, she's got a doggy with her, look at that! What about them? Have you agreed upon my conditions? To the point, eh? Shaw, this is Lady Cordell. Cordell here is to provide us with a kennel of hounds for the sleds. And our agreement was that she would train them up until we part ways at the nearest island, but... You neglected to inform me that you were bringing my dogs to the Pale Passage. I had no intention of setting the pack to its death. You seem to have good faith in this expedition. It's one thing to ask for my whole kennel. It's another to drag them into the ice to chase a myth. Never before has a buyer been so dishonest. And never before has a seller made such strong demands. You already sold the dogs, you have no control now! Lady Cordell. A moniker given to me by the locals of the city, on account of her vernacular. I find it odd that you seem to have researched me as much as you have my kennel. I like to know who I'm negotiating with. Regardless, Shaw. She demands we allow her to come along with the expedition, as a member of the crew. None on the ship had the experience or familiarity with these dogs that I possess. I don't see anything wrong with this. If we're going to make use of the sledding dogs, we might as well make use of the sledding dogs with the person best able to control them. If you're taken into such a brutal location, they will need me to guide them if they have a chance of survival. The humans on board too, of course. Of course. You can see my dilemma, Shaw. Bringing on another member of the crew is a risk, but our hands may be tied. Your thoughts? Cancel the deal, find another buyer, then we're not going to get our dogs. We're not going to get any dogs of her quality. If you are so adamant. Nah, I don't see the harm in having an expert on the sled dogs. A good point, Shaw. He turns to her. The deal is already to your benefit. Do you have anyone on board with extensive training in the management and ruling of dogs? Your sleds are useless if you can't control the dogs efficiently enough to haul them. And I would like to ensure my dogs are treated properly. Welcome aboard, Cordell. Your knowledge should prove valuable. I think so. Don't expect the crew to waste time taking care of your mutts then. Hope your experience as you claim. Welcome aboard, Cordell. Invaluable. Max crew increased to 24. I have a room prepared for you below deck. No need. You'll find me in the forecastle with the dogs. She leaves. I hope I'm not making a mistake, Shaw. Plus 14 available dogs? I think that we have chosen well. A sailor enters. We found a stowaway in the lower hold. Bring them in. Another sailor enters, leading a young man by their side. You know, you're not the first stowaway I've had. The captain studies him further. You know where we're headed, don't you? I do, sir. The ice. Did you know that before you climbed inside that crate? I did, sir. Ha! How old are you? You're hardly a useful pair of hands. Not true. I can pull my weight, sir. Do you know your jibboom for your bowsprit? I do. Learned it all from my da. Your da? He's Ward's son. Followed him on board back in the city. What should we do with him, Captain? Well, Shaw? Your first mate, what should we do with him? Well, the captain clearly wants me to make the decision. I have two thoughts about this. One is that... we could drop him off at the next island, right? I was thinking if we abandon him off at sea, he's as good as dead, and Ward is not gonna like that. What would Ward think? Would Ward have an easier or a harder time if his son was here? I say let's keep him. I'd keep him aboard. Hunt squints. Why? Need all the help he can get. Young man wants to help. He's clearly here because his father is. Would be wrong to separate them again. We don't have the time to accommodate this. If he wants to freeze to death, let him. He's here because of his father. Let's not separate them. All right, boy. Consider yourself part of the crew. Be sure to keep your nose clean and follow orders. I will. Thank you, sir. Captain. Not sir. Aye, Captain. The stowaway joins the two sailors below deck, now a member of the crew. Well, it seems the litter has a new runt. I hope the rest won't mind sharing their rations. What of the father? Simple, split their pay and their rations. Any rations the boy takes should come from his. I mean, given the era, I was thinking that the boy doesn't get paid, right? He's stowed away. His pays, we don't throw him off the ship. But splitting their rations and pay is functionally the same as not paying the boy. But if you split their rations, then that means they'll have two workers performing at subpar ability. We will probably lose crew as the game goes on, so this is basically giving us a buffer before things go to hell and we start losing people, and then we'll be glad for these two extra hands. We doubt he intended this to happen. We'll keep an eye on them both. I suppose you're right. Well, that matter sorted. And that takes care of the entire morning, doesn't it? Now that that's all settled, I have one more errand for you to run. Could you grab the Stoke brothers and order them to meet me up the deck after dinner? Hefty lads. Red hair. Couldn't mistake them for another. Who are the Stoke brothers? You haven't met all the crew yet. The Stokes have been serving me for years. They'll be down on the middle deck. In the meantime, you should grab a copy of the crew manifest and get acquainted with more of the crew. Leave. It's midday already, wasted so much time. This option is in yellow. I wonder if that means that if I do this now, that takes up the morning. Focus will still locked. Hear the kettle master preparing the room inside. Stealing the helm from the helmsman. Okay. Figure balancing on the masts. Upon closer inspection, you make out the ship's photographer, Kasha Belford, balanced on the ship's mast with her camera, lining up a photo. Get down immediately, you'll kill yourself. How's the view up there? Wait for her to finish. Hey, Swedish guy. Is it harpies? Or harpies? I wish, Swedish guy, I really do. Not gonna lie. As far as monster girls go, I've always thought harpies were cute. That would make this voyage a lot more pleasurable. If we're going to sail off in a certain depth, and we had a few harpy girls on hand to dive into the sea and bring up some fish for us. Imagine if we had harpies on the crew who could fly around as we sail and pull up marlin or tuna out of the ocean. Maybe not so much marlin or tuna. They get pretty big, the both of them. But if we stop by a school of fish or pass by some, we could definitely replenish our stores. Maybe snag a quick albatross. Yeah, so you get it. This is food replenishment. They could fish for us. Chances are they could provide eggs. That's plenty of protein out at sea. And should the laying hens no longer have any use, fried chicken, how luxurious is that? Snapping a shot, she clambers down. I figured she's taking a photo. Even to be like, how's the view up there? Would probably distract her from her duty. Only noticing you on her landing. Oh, Officer Shaw. It's about time I met the first officer of the ship. We're like a week into the voyage and we haven't met everyone yet. We're the worst first officer. Kasha? Kasha Belford. Yes, I've heard of you. Nice to meet you, Kasha. You seem to already know my name. How so? Because unlike some people are at least familiar with the officers of the crew. Nice to meet you, Kasha. I suppose there was some sort of rule against what I was doing up there. That's biggest eye roll. Deepest apologies, but sometimes it's a shot you just cannot pass up. An accomplished photographer, Kasha Belford won the Fentler Prize, the highest honor in journalism, for her work covering plague outbreaks and riots in the capital. It came as a surprise to many that such a reputable journalist would take such an interest in this expedition. There was scarcely any chance of Hunt or the benefactor, that mysterious benefactor, turning her away. You expected some of her accolades to be older, more experienced. I mean, I'd peg her, just off the character design, to be at least mid-20s, maybe early 30s. If photography is your profession, you could build up loads of experience in that time. This is likely her first time on the sea like this. She's not prepared. Her proof is all we have. Her accomplishments surely outweigh her youth. As a pragmatic first mate, though, are any of us prepared? The cold game. Picture that as a header. What? Sounds fine to me. I like it. Let her continue. For the piece of this voyage, I'm trying to come up with a snappy name. Nobody will read it. The title sounds like the work of an amateur. This isn't a game, Kasha. Yeah, but you gotta admire that it's for the readers back home, not for us. She's not downplaying the experience. But if recent events have taught us anything, the general public are goldfish, and so she needs a snappy headline. All the disdain we have for clickbait, Ultimately, it works. Headlines that are misleading in just the right way to encourage some kind of emotional response, typically outrage. So you open the damn article and see what's in there. That's it working. All the YouTube thumbnails we joke about where everyone's like, we laugh, but it works, it does the numbers, you won't watch it otherwise. The numbers don't lie. I'm not the creative type, I'm sure you know better. Kasha tilts her head and grits her teeth, holding an inner debate with herself. The man's cute, but he's not the creative type. He's a 10, but... maybe not. How about Hunt's Incredible Voyage? Too fantastical? I suppose I'll find the right name when the time comes. I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Apologies. I'm just a little excited. I've never been on a voyage like this. I suppose someone of your experience finds it all boring at this point. A trip to the ice may seem dull compared to the Royal Admiralty. Know who I am, you have that right. I'm not adverse to thrills. That makes him sound even more boring when he puts it that way. I'm not averse to thrill. I sometimes play lawn bowling on the weekend at the garden party. Though, I would imagine that practically a suicide mission towards the magnetic south is probably a whole heck of a lot more dangerous than being the repressive state apparatus and doing gunboat diplomacy against weaker nations to enforce the colonial core and interest. I'm not averse to thrills. Well, I hope we have some coming this way. Words she is going to eat in like an hour's time. I'm hoping to capture something right out of Kurt Darling's old escapades. That reminds me, he'll be joining us at the next port. I should get his picture at some point. We're getting a penny author on this crew? I've already accepted an expert dog trainer and her 14 dogs and a stowaway who at least knows ships. His dad's trained him well. Kasha holds up her camera with a sense of pride before holding it up to her face. Stand still, Shaw. Please warn me. She did. She said stand still. The captain sent me to grab a copy of the manifest. Oh, yes. I'm putting together a manifest of the crew for you. I was optimistic about this voyage. We're 1 week in, and the first mate doesn't even have a manifest of the crew. Captain said we're supposed to be the ones whipping the crew into shape. How are we to keep this organized if we don't even know who the crew are a week into it? Panic on my phone, gotta tend to that. Look, I run a tight ship, but I gotta keep up with things too. She hands you an annotated document. Here it is, the crew manifest. Alright, so, scouts, they said we're picking up at the next port. Engineers, I haven't discovered them, but do I at least have their names? Scientists. Are we not counting our botanist friend who we met? Specialist. Oh, he's a specialist. Science officer. See, I assumed a science officer with an expertise in botany would count as a scientist, but I guess specialist instead. It's... Could I open it? No, I can't. It scratched off my face. It's what I mean about we're a known entity in the universe, Robin Shaw, with a whole name, whose background we get to decide. But Robin is quite a choice for a name because it is gender neutral, and with a scratched face, we're a known entity, but could otherwise be anyone. Who else we got? Rufus Hunt is my captain. He's ice savvy. I still think he's gonna die. The way he's been so fatherly to us, he's been very fatherly. And like having paternal bonding experiences at the helm. So I think they're building him up to be the kindly, misunderstood mentor who sees us as imperfect but with potential. Dying words, please look after the crew. Kind of like the captain in Sunless Skies. In the very, very beginning of the game when you escape the Blue Kingdom. You don't meet her for long, because she's on her deathbed. But basically you're her first mate, and she gives the ship to, well, the locomotive to you. Then the game begins. So, I'm expecting Captain Hunt to not survive beyond the tutorial. Landborn, photographer, Kasha, resource cards. Oh, there's sailors. It started me off on scouts, but there's sailors over here. Timmy Runt Ward, Saltborn, sailor, and stowaway. Good potential in him. Pillion Smurf Sanders. Also ice savvy. I like that. Ice savvy, Amelia Corvid Sparrow. And Joseph Joe Gren. We have plenty of ice savvy so far. Wouldn't we count the dog handler among our specialists? Key items, we have a camera and an accordion. Grimley's accordion. So we know about Grimley's accordion, but we don't yet know about Grimley. Oh, it's a tab thing. Okay, cool. So what's the game want me to do now? It's a work in progress. The scout teams are to join us at the next port, that the captain's forbidden me from the boiler room. If you could ask the others to get their portraits taken, I'd be very grateful. Don't want to leave anyone out. Do something like the stunt on the mast again, and you'll be removed of your camera. Thank you, Kasha. She smiles. I'll not disturb you of your work any further, officer. And I can pull up my manifest anytime that I want. Have a few more shots I want to get before the sun lowers anyhow. Safe shots, officer, don't worry. She already knows the rules. She knows that she was maybe in violation that first time. You leave her to her work. Still midday. 2 Johns is here. I wonder when time passes. Like, what exactly is the mechanic that eventually changes it? You spot a large man with a youthful gait, carrying a heavy crate over his shoulder with relative ease. Oh, you're Officer Shaw. He gives a bright, warming smile. 2 Johns. That's what they call me. I'm sure you'll get your nickname later. No, I've already got a nickname from, you know, from my time with the Admiralty, you know? They call me They call me Big Amazing Guy. Yeah, that's what they all say. If you guys could all call me Big Amazing Guy. 2 John's attempts to offer a handshake, but loses control of the crate. So, his attributes are probably going to come up. Sailor, ice savvy, himbo. He struggles before firmly holding it in place with both hands. Ah, maybe later. Worker waits. +1 available crew. I have to know about them before I'm allowed to give them work. You see, it's like they taught us in the service. You keep your head down, and they can't do anything to you. They forget that you're there. Sailor, saltborn, but not ice savvy. Okay. Ascend above decks, mid deck. They got a checkers board. And is that a hot water bottle or a whoopee cushion? Toasty was being naughty earlier, and I slammed him outside. I slammed the door outside after throwing him out, but let me be the nice dad and let him in real quick. Toasty, you gonna behave, baby? You found a hand clock to play with? Okay, baby, you can find your play, just don't try to dig into food that's not yours. Toasty, this is all damp. Did you find one that someone was using to clean something? The laundry. That was on a laundry dish. You did? Oh, Toasty, it's not like Come on in, baby. Come on in. Toasty, why are you crying so bad? Come here, come here, come here. Come here. I'm not mad at you right now, baby. You just have to pay attention, okay? You know how in the kitchen, when we catch you on the counter, you jump right down because you know you're not supposed to be there? You just have to learn the places you're not supposed to be, okay? You want to go back outside, Toasty? Okay, baby. There you go. Kids, after you're stern and disciplinarian with them, you do have to make sure that you're friendly after too. Yes, baby. Okay. Descend to the middeck. Where so many peoples are. Accordionist, the cook. Okay, everyone, pay attention. First mate is here. Announce yourselves, roll call. Cook first. You find yourself almost knocking over a man carrying a heavy pot. Careful, careful. You almost got drenched in broth. You should be more careful. Toasty, careful where you're going, baby. Okay. For some reason, it wasn't going. Unless my mouse was there. Apologies, I'm in a rush. On request for Hunt. From Hunt? Is there an issue with the ship? Shouldn't be those blasted engineers doing the job right. I'm already putting blame out. Just wanted me to find the Stoke brothers for a meeting. Not surprised. Toasty. Pick a place to be, Toasty. That isn't obstructing anything. What time is it now, Toasty? 12:15? In an hour or two will be lunchtime, okay? Why don't you take a cat nap? You guys usually take a nap around this time. Was it a mistake to wake you guys up and give you half a sardine each to be nice to you? Now you're all energized. Whoops. Taking my space, Toasty. Those two are the only ones who know what's going on aboard this bloody ship. You hear a roar from the other side of the door. Oi! What's holding you up? The cook shakes his head with a smile and chuckles slightly to himself. He grabs a large pot, preparing to make his way to the hungry crew, before turning his head to you. If you don't mind, could you carry that tray of biscuits behind me? Sorry, I'm in a rush. Do I look like a cook do-it-yourself? We'll be nice. We'll ingratiate ourselves with the crew. We were military, but we're mutt-wash after all. We're not exactly posh city folk. You grab the plate and follow the cook out the door. Toasty, come on. And to the table where the crew are waiting with bated breath. Upon the cook's arrival, the sailors let out a rowdy cheer. The ship's cook placing the broth upon the table. Trust me, fellas, this one's worth the wait. The cook speaks with a tone of pride as he ladles the broth into the bowls of the crew. Oi, one at a time, you animals. Ward, you're awfully handsy for only one arm. Aww. So... Oh, look at that. Is that... That's the stowaway there, right? I recognize the hair. Which one's the Da? Which one's Ward? So the stowaway wasn't just joining his dad, but joining his one-armed dad. I mean, Long John Silver could work on a ship with one leg, but I'd imagine for, like, sailor work is probably designed for two arms. So I could see why his son joined up to help out. Ah, piss off, Junior! Got some bread here, too. Grab it fast before Tucker beats you to it. The crew laugh and are merry as Junior guides you back to the kitchen. Okay, so where's the specialist cook? Junior Stoke. Stoke brothers. Cook and Saltborn. We weren't properly introduced. Robin Shaw, right? I've been keeping track of all the new crew. Everyone except the first mate, apparently, has been keeping track of the crew. Boys, quit bashing into the monitor. Onyx your butt. You're in Stokes, but nobody calls me that. You'll hear them all call me Junior. You should do the same. Onyx, even after I move the monitor, you're still pushed into it. Should I change my setup here and, like, tilt my desk so it's parallel with the bed? I don't want to do that, because then nightly activities could push a monitor down. Should I tilt the desk this way so the monitor is against the wall and the stream faces the bed? I guess that's an option. That I won't have these lovely, adorable cats always bumping into things from the windowsill. No idea why Hunt picked someone he's never worked with as first mate. I smell resentment there. But you seem the helpful sort. Glad to have you aboard. Have you been traveling with Hunt long? My brother and I are among Hunt's most tenured crew. It's not often he'll hire outsiders, but I suppose this job is too big for just the usual suspects. Why Junior then? Because you're the younger brother? Simple nickname. My older brother is in the crew. Hence, Junior. Not very interesting, I know, but it is what it is. You seem popular. Yeah, he's a cook. Well, you know what they say about the hand that feeds. Besides, half the crew I've known for years. You don't spend that much time on a ship with folks without learning all about them. Is your brother around, Grimly? Aye, of course. I take that to mean Hunt is on the look for us. Don't you worry about it, I'll grab Grimly. Oh, I can't speak to the accordionist. Call the crew to dinner. Ascend to the top deck, above deck. Maybe the accordionist was Grimly, because I could talk to them both, right? And they both have, yeah, they both have orange hair. And it says, the captain said they both have red hair, you can't miss them. So I guess either way we got one brother or the other. Hey, Toasty. My little troublemaker. At 8 months old now, Toasty. I've lost track of the time. You're 8 months old now, baby. Look at how sweet he is when he's not causing trouble. 8 months is what? The equivalent of the terrible twos for cats? Come here, let your papa give you a kiss. Didn't get the other brother. Alright, crew. Dinner time. Ding, 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 ding. The crew have their meal. It passes in relative silence. And there's no cat crawling everywhere trying to get their food, Toasty? Toasty would not be begging for scraps from the crew. He would. But what you like to do is go into the kitchen, crawl all over everything, and try to find little packages you could chew open. So, my sushi nori, every single sheet is torn to ribbons, and the pouch of sushi rice that I didn't think you'd get into, you get into and spill everywhere. Your dad's bag of Doritos, the cat toothpaste spilled all over the rug. I'll forgive you after you've learned your lesson, Toasty. If you don't act naughty again, then I might forgive you. What you trying to do, baby? Here, let me hold you like this, so I still have use of my arms. The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Twilight falls. Okay. There, that must be Ward there then. What else do we have? Mr. Gloss. Damn! Twilight makes the sea look like it's on fire. Templeton. The ocean. Door to Hunt's cabin shut tight. He's turned in for the evening. He's talking with his two mates. Some folks have exclamation marks. Let's go talk to Ward. We kind of have to, since his son's stowed on board. Excuse me. Over dinner, you overhear the newly picked up stowaway speaking with a one-armed man. Yeah, it's Ward. It's his dad. But you're lucky Hunt didn't throw you overboard. Half a mind to do that myself. Come on, Da. I'm here to help. Better know that involves work. Don't expect special treatment. I won't. You're an impossible child, Timmy. Doug Ward added to the manifest. Doug Rutstaw Ward. Sailor, Saltborn. You spot what a Templeton science team pacing around the middeck, searching through some luggage that has been pulled up from a cabin. Let me look in the light. Where was it now? He notices you. Ah, Officer Shaw, correct? Dwight Glossley. Apologies, I seem to have misplaced something while settling in the cabin. A bottle of wine, actually. Can't be hard to miss. It'll turn up eventually. Empty. Toasty, careful. And you are stepping on the keyboard now, Toasty. I don't want you picking options that I haven't chosen. Best not be drinking on the job. Oh, of course not. Have to keep the senses sharp in this work. My wife and I brought a bottle to celebrate with. You brought your wife on board. At sea. For at least 6 months. To be safe for the journey back, of course. Well, if you find it, please let me know. It's gone, man. We'll find it up in the crow's nest, and the sailor who stole it fallen to the bottom in his own puke. I got my cabin here. Toasty. Ah, you're so needy, baby. Look at this kid. He's happy just to be held by his own dad. You little stowaway, Toasty. You stowed away on the crew, Toasty. You're not on this manifest. So, baby? Oh, look at those eyes. Look at this very peaceable cat. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Toasty. Okay, baby, let's play this game together, alright? I'll hold you, you can watch. Open my journal. I don't know if that's going to save the game. Or not save the game, but advance the game if I do that. Let's go talk to folks first. The ocean. As you look over the railing out the ocean, a wisp of smoke flies past your face. You turn to examine and spot a sailor with a pipe in his mouth and a sheet of paper in his hand, overlooking the stirring waters. Did we pick up a Micronesian master navigator? And he's trying to find our position and relative location through the shape and direction of the waves? No. Looking at something? Not many sailors can read or write. What's the letter? A letter. All you need to know. Tashi. After introducing himself, Tashi falls silent and begins to read the letter. So, Tashi? Brimmed hat, is that you here? Trying to draw conversation from him may be similar to extracting teeth. Vern Sheridan, aka Tashi. Sailor, Saltborn, Templeton ... You spot Templeton looking out into the sunset. As you approach, he turns to you and nods. Ah, Officer Shaw. It will be some time before you see a sunset such as this again. The light distribution towards the southern pole is quite the change. I noticed you worked at dinner with the others. I prefer to eat in solitude. I have my own cabin and I make use of it. Templeton keeps his focus on the reflection of the setting sun over the stirring waters of the ocean. There is a great expectation upon us, officer. From who? Who is this benefactor of ours? That is not for you to know. Not yet. Templeton looks down, catching his reflection of the ocean surface. He looks back up with the sunset, so he knows. He knows, and I'm not allowed to. Quite the sight. But I wouldn't linger upon it too long. Actually, I'm gonna take a screenshot here because this guy has eyes that are the same as the gem in a bong that Fennec has bought for himself. Or a fell soul that got combined into him. Toasty, I guess Onyx doesn't want to play right now. Onyx, you don't want Toasty's attention right now? Here, cats, let me open the door in case one of you wants to go outside, okay? If one of you wants to go outside, then there you go. Quite the sight wouldn't linger on too long. We should retire for the evening. It's important the first officer be well rested. Hold E. I don't want to hold E. I wanna... So... Okay. So I guess it's yellow then that advances a plot. I could have written in my journal. I don't get to write in my journal. All the way back to normal. I don't want to go back to normal. I just want to write on my journal. Is that so much to ask for? Let me back below decks. I want to roam while I still can. Toasty, careful where you go. I don't want you on this side, remember. Scoot your boot. Scoot your boot. Food rations are already minus 50. Food and fuel. 2 per 1 person. Oh, wait. Okay. So, we could do half rations, but then people will start to lose morale. We could do high rations. Toasty, you're not supposed to go up that shelf. It's not going to happen. I might have to spend part of today or tomorrow rearranging the room. Put the computer over there, facing that way. Because the cats like to use the window, and that means behind the monitor they bump their butts around. No fuel this week. I think half fuel is okay. No rations. No. Normal rations, 2 meals a day. and only half fuel because you're going someplace well cold. I mean, look at this though. It's out of 100. I'm already going to be at minus 50 food because it's per person. Minus 25. Man. And we haven't even picked up on the scouts yet. I'm afraid not, Swedish guy. No harpies. The ship makes its last port at Orca Island. Sledding dogs are picked up. Scouting crew and Kurt Darting picked up. Day is getting brighter as we move further south. We've got dogs and a stowaway, and that's a start. Saved game to tree. Max crew. 29 crew. I've only got 75 fuel and 50 food. There's a rap on my cabin door. Have I eaten the crew members yet? I'm gonna have to. At some point, I might just have to eat them. Come in. The door swings open to reveal Kurt Darling, all but filling its frame, grinning ear to ear. With this portrait and that description, I'm expecting no less than Brian Blessed. There you are, Officer Shaw. The ship's navigator was a difficult man to miss. Stature and reputation precede him. Adorned with a slew of apparatus, the seemingly one-man expedition would be known to anyone following the heyday of exploration, and the merchandise that followed. No time for celebrities? If he's a one-man expedition, he can't be too bad. It's an honor. I know little of the man. Toasty, what you doing? Toasty, gotta be careful, baby. You're gonna fall overboard. Toasty, you're gonna fall overboard, and worse, you're gonna make me pick an option I don't want to make. Toasty, Toasty, are we going to eat you when the provisions start to go thin? Is it going to be like in The Hungry Lamb, and we'll have to make cat stew for the crew? Cat stew and then cannibalism? Well, we can't cook the little brother, Toasty. In this game, the little brother is the cook. And if we cook the cook, then we'll really be screwed. What time is it? 12:38, Toasty. It's too early for lunchtime, baby. You're just bored, aren't you? Look at this cute guy. Look at this cute guy. Toasty, you don't care about the stream and just want to be held by your dad, huh? He's been real sweet, sleeping with me at night. Because even though you get in trouble with me, I'm the one that yells at you the least. And I feed you, so I'm the nice one. And even when I do yell at you for being a little thief and a little rodent, gotta take care of you afterwards. Scold you, then nice to you. Toasty, if you weren't so sweet, you'd be in so much trouble. Here. Why don't you sit down? Here at the... No. At the corner of the desk. I know little of the man. His reputation is indeed great, but the man behind the legend is a stranger. Hiding away from the rest of us, are you? Do you need something of me, Kurt? I'm not the sort to demand favors, Officer Shaw. Apologies for not stopping by sooner, Shaw. It took a while to set up my team, and a great deal of the crew were quite eager to meet me. It's not often they work with a film star, is it? If I want to be insulting right away. That's right, you're something of a celebrity, aren't you? I take that to mean you haven't heard of me before? Well, that is a pleasant surprise. There aren't many who haven't seen my films, particularly in this line of work. More than one fellow in this crew said my work inspired them to explore the world. Quite the honor, is it not? Whoa. I'm certain to receive that praise often. This crew doesn't seem the film-going type. Well, yes, most were born in the sea to begin with. But it's good to know, even those old films can inspire. Ahem. I suppose I did get distracted, didn't I? Anyway, I was hoping you'd join me up decks. Of course, but why? We finally entered the pack. I thought you'd want to see it for yourself. Right behind you, I can wait have work to do. We'll be moving through the ice for a while. I'm not interested. I'll be right behind you, Kurt. Kurt turns to walk away before turning back. Oh, and enjoy your morning. It's a good day, Shaw. Har! So, he would count as... not as a scout. Specialist? Specialist. Kurt Darling, navigator, hobbled, and ice savvy. Open my journal. I didn't get to write on my journal the last time. Week 2. Huh. I guess it's more looking at it then. Could I scroll through my journal? I can, super slowly. If I click and drag, it's faster than using the scroll button. Alright, let's go. There's a doctor's office. Remains locked. It seems a good doctor is at in, or perhaps enjoying his sleep. Yet to come across a ship's doctor even after all this time. What if the ship's doctor has the wine and is a terrible drunk? Mrs. Gloss? You note one of the science team returning to their room. Ah, Miss Gloss. Did you have a good rest? Kurt is massive compared to her. She nods to you. Ah, hello. I did not expect many to be up this early. Harriet Glosley. I believe I've met your husband? Ah, yes. Dwight made mention of your encounter. He is still fast asleep. He's adjusted to the ship well. I believed a walk around the ship would help acclimate myself to the waves. Perhaps it would take more time. With that, Mrs. Gloss makes her way back to the cabin. The science team aren't used to the sea, or the sailor folk. Quite the culture clash, isn't it? Well, I'm sure they get used to them over time. Har! Specialist, scientist, Harriet, Mrs. Glosley. Both landborn scientists. My cabin, how about mid-deck? The crew's still sleeping. The poor cook sleeps in the kitchen. Fast asleep, laying in hammocks. Best not disturb them, Shaw. You don't want to find yourself dealing with an abruptly woken sailor. Let's head up the deck. The sound of snorings is rather obnoxious. Okay, up we go. Captain? Isn't here. Who's at the helm? At the stern, you notice an old sailor at the helm. The old man takes in a deep breath in the cold air before letting out a satisfied exhale. Morning! And a good morning to you. He eyes you up. Officer Shaw, right? Lefty. Call me that on account of, well, it should be obvious. He chuckles. Don't worry about the bad sight. This is all feel. Just keeping her steady. He examines you. Surprised Hunt picked from outside for his first mate. The second one to say that. Surprised as well, he seems the insular type. More than qualified. Would you prefer the role? You seem to have the experience. I'm surprised he seems insular. He is. You must be something special for Hunt to look outside the ranks. Hunt doesn't have much fondness for the military, but it at least means you've got the work ethic. Mornings like these are about the only peace I get from the younger lot. Speak of the devil. And mornings like these are not when I have peace from the younger lot. That's when Onyx is meowing at me, or burrowing his face into my blanket to meow at me directly, and then Toasty comes up to meow from the floor because they both want breakfast. You should take these moments when you can. Lefty returns his attention to the helm. As you get older, I suppose you learn to value the quiet moments, eh? Let us hope we're just as diligent when we're old and gray. Myself before you, of course. Harold Turner. Sailor, Saltborn. Okay. And that is quite a bit of ice floating around us now. -4 degrees? Only -4 degrees. It was -30 before, wasn't it? You join Kurt at the bow of the ship. You both feel the temperance break the floes before you. Gripping the railing, he draws an enormous breath. The footing beneath rises as the ship mounts an impending ice floe. There's a moment hesitation before a profound crack relieves the ship, cascading across the ice. He exhales. See? Nothing else like it. It's just ice, Kurt! You weren't wrong. I'd assumed you'd seen everything. You weren't wrong. It's something, all right. Look at the ice. No two cracks are the same. Kinda makes you want to rewatch Hoseki no Kuni. All caused by us? Did you just want to show me the ice? For now, though, I need a navigator, not a poet. He knows his job. All caused by us. By the laws of nature, this place wants us dead. And yet, here we are, conversing in harmony. How fantastic is that? How far are we from land, Navigator? We're about a week's sail from the last known location of the old Viscount. Assuming she isn't exactly where they left her, we can't take smooth sailing for granted. Same goes for this daylight. It won't remain this bright for so long once winter encroaches. What if we sail at the end of winter? That way, by the time we get here, it's in time for spring and summer. Beautiful as the ice is, on this course it's gonna get thicker. He looks out across the white. We won't be so confident when the leads dry up and we're stuck here till the next cycle. We need to change course. Avoid the pack. We have enough supplies if it comes to that. Do we really? Have you informed Captain Hunt? He won't listen to me. Thinks I've been dulled by retirement. I've probably seen more rice than he has whiskey. We have enough supplies if it comes to that. Do you disagree, Kurt? Because I can't say no. I could say not my decision, I'll hear no more of this, or it's fine, we have supplies. It's not the supplies to be worried about in that situation. People will turn on each other before they let themselves starve. Have you ever experienced a long night winter? It's not pleasant, to say the least. If it comes, we'll adapt. This is Chain of Command. This isn't one of your adventure serials, Kurt. Can't see I have. The thing is, he's hired on board for his navigation and his expertise. He's been through things like this, hasn't he? We're only as good as the unhappiest man, Robin. Cheer up, then. That's First Mate Shaw. I'll do what I can. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Kurt nods and turns back to look across the ice. Okay, Captain's cabin has yellow. That tells me if I go there, I'll be stuck into plot. Doctor's still closed. Can I write in my journal? I could open it but not write in it. Okay, so I don't feel upset for missing out on the journal option the last time. It was probably just to look what I've already written. Everyone's still asleep below decks, or mid-deck. So let's go see the captain. Ah, Shaw. Ready for another day of work. Did you hear Kurt's advice? He wants us to switch course. Aye, he had a few words to share. He may have been an expert at his time, but these days Kurt is one with more money than sense. Anyway, then why'd you hire him on as a navigator then? Anyway, back to work. I was hoping you'd help me work through a few more requests from the crew. You may have noticed the line pulling up outside. Everyone wants something, it seems. Call them in as you please. Hammond, we haven't met yet. What's he got? The little radar in his pocket? One of my scouts? Kasha for the dogs. No, she's a photographer. Corvid. Let's see Hammond first. Eat them. We still have 50 supplies, Swedish guy. We don't have to eat our guys yet. We got 50 supplies and 14 dogs. A short, sour-faced man in engineer clothes approaches. Oh, it's a, what's that, a blowtorch? Thought that was a walkie-talkie. Eat crew before the dogs. What are we expected, Swedish guy? I don't know how the Vikings did it back in the 8th century, but I can't picture dogs running up the ropes with some rigging in their mouths to turn the sails for me. That'd be adorable. I've seen a dog straight up run a vertical cliff face in Isle of Wight over on Whale Chine, but they need more than dexterity. They need to be able to handle the ropes. They need to hold on tight. There's too many duties that a dog might not be able to perform. Are ye acting daft, Hunt? Not with intention. Not bloody surprised you didn't notice. Shaw, this is our chief engineer, Clive Hammond. An opinionated one. I'm actually surprised that Toasty is content to just lay on my lap during this game. Normally, he wants to be all over the desk. But he's gonna quickly find out that lap's a warm spot. And gives him plenty of dad time. More comfortable than the wooden desk, isn't it, Toasty? What is it, Hammond? We've hit the ice, and you haven't assigned any extra men down on the boiler. You have your engineering team. And we've only got 6 arms between us. I need more manpower maintaining this. Sailors. Many of the crew have their own tasks they're busy with. Now, Captain, You told us yourself that most of the crew will be on their permanent duty stations, but I will have free hands to assign. I know I've already assigned Smurf on a matter. -1 available crew. The captain turns to you. How many do you think is fair? 1? 3? More. To choose how many sailors I wish to assign. One to 4 crew. Some choices require you to assign crew from your manifest. In this choice, you may choose the amount to assign. Okay, let's put... I think the ice-savvy ones I probably want to keep free to do their actual jobs because they're sailing through ice. They want more people on the boiler. So let's send... Little Runt Timmy, the stowaway, who's only helping out his dad anyway. A scientist? So could I change my choice? If I press escape, I can undo it. So I could put... I can't assign the scientists. I can only assign sailors. Harold, you've been on the helm for a bit. Let's put you some below deck time, keep you in the warmth. Who else do we have? Runts, Da, Ward. He's only got one arm, though. Oh. So, Killian Smurf Sanders is already deployed someplace. They want sailors specifically. I don't have that many. Corvid is standing right outside, too. Do I send 2? I don't want to send too many out. I got 2 Saltborns and otherwise... How about John 2 Johns? He's probably worth as many as 2 Johns. He's big, he's burly. He'll be a big help down below. You can take 2 Johns, Runt, and Lefty. You're giving me the bloody stowaway. Would you rather none? The engineer holds his tongue. That pout. Fine. But you can tell me how right I was. We're buried under the ice. He leaves. A good spirit, that one. Beneath the oil and the temper. You won't be seeing much of him, though. Prefers to burrow himself in the boiler room. Corvid, we could have applied you. Corvid enters the office. Hunt, you asked for a report on how the stowaway was doing? Aye. Want to see if the young boy been settling in well. He has indeed. It means another mouth to feed, but the boy works hard and doesn't ask for much. He has his da to guide him as well. I'm sure the boy's father's ecstatic. Worried sick, but happy, aye. Well, what do you know, Shaw? Plus 10 decorum! So I had 10 decorum to spare by giving them half fuel rations. Perhaps we were right to keep the boy aboard. And Kasha, Captain, Shaw, a thought occurred to me the other day while looking through the crew manifest and... Well, it might be too late for this now that we've already entered the ice. Out with it. I thought it'd be good to have individual photos of the full crew. For your report? Not only my report. It'd be a good reference for the manifest. Put faces to the names. Much of this crew has served me for years, some decades. I have little problem putting faces to the names. Your thoughts, Shaw? A good idea, if nothing else, a good souvenir. A waste of time. Bracing ourselves for the ice, not posing for pictures. It's a bit late, but it's now or never. Get it over with. Aye, a good point. But maybe it could sound a little more enthused. Well, Belford, I see no problem here. I'll arrange for the pictures to be taken before the crew have their dinner. Thank you, Captain. In the meantime, I'll attempt to get as many individual crew photos as I can. You're still welcome to help out on the matter, Officer Shaw. She departs. Okay. Request finished. Good to have all that settled then. Perhaps he shouldn't rule out old Kurt so easily. If the man thinks there could be an alternate path through the ice, he's free to search for it. Shaw will meet with him when you have the time. That tells me that what I want, to do is talk to everyone else except for Kurt. Change course or not, we'll want one of the scouts set up in the crow's nest. Take care of that, then you'll be done for the day. There's old Kurt there. The rigging. Approach the sick young man. He's gonna get the entire crew sick. Sick young man looks like he's 50. You spot a youthful-looking man leaning over the side of the ship. His head slumped as he looks into the icy pool below. It appears he's been visited by a spot of seasickness. So what have we got here? He's wearing an apron over his coat that appears to have, is that pencils and brushes? And a satchel? Is this our doctor? Pat him on the back. You make your way to the man and reach out your arm to pat the sickly fellow on the back. As soon as your hand reaches him, he jolts upright in shock. A bespectacled young man, shaking with unease. He stares at you for a brief moment, a look of shame plastered upon his face. That's not shame. This man looks like a frightened chihuahua. Sorry. Compose yourself, man. We should be able to handle the waves. Are you alright? Yes. Well, not really. Very sorry. The man turns around and hurriedly runs in the opposite direction. We didn't get his name! Damn it! Never mind. Arthur Nutley. We got him. We got him. Not a scientist. He's got some green on him. He's seasick. He is the doctor. Land-born, seasick doctor. Is that a saw in his hands, that portrait? That looks like some kind of nasty wire. I think that is. I think that's his deleginator. While examining the rigging of your ship, your eyes notice a figure darting by, climbing up the ropes with ease. The figure lands on their feet before dusting themselves off. Their outfit denotes are the Kurt scouting crew. Acrobatic scout? Ah, no problems. She looks to you. And you are? I'm the first mate. You should address me as such. Officer Saw, yourself? Flick. I'm one of Kurt's crew. There was a Flick back in, what was it, Mask of the Rose? Good romance option if a bit ratty. Don't worry about safety. I know what I'm doing, trust me. Kurt doesn't just hire anyone. Well, he didn't hire me for no reason. Got the medals in gymnastics if you're worried about my credentials. There's gymnastics, but that's mostly on solid ground. That's terra firma and its ropes. This is ropes while on sea on a rocking ship that's periodically colliding onto the ice. Flick jumps up and returns to scaling the rigging of the ship. +1 crew. Scout. Ice savvy. An islander. That's an option. I just had seaborne, landborne, or mutt that was both. Must be the other brother. No, that's the scouting crew? That is for the accordion. I thought that's what I'm overhearing. You overhear 2 of the newly arrived scouting crew talking. Yorick the Third. Ah, Quilsey. Have any trouble settling in? Not too bad. I can't wait for the chance to sleep, though. A proper navigator never rests until their work is done. Of course, of course. I take it you had no issue settling in? Not at all. The crew are a funny lot. Old Kurt certainly caught their attention. Ha! Do you think any of them would mistake Kurt and myself? I think you'd collapse from joy if they did. Ha! Perhaps. Hadrian Quill, Yorick Moore, and 2 more crew available. Both Islanders. Scouts, ice savvy. Hadrian Quillsy Quill, Yorick Yorick the Third Moore, and Soren Flick Killiper. I guess when they say Islander, they must mean more like Svalbard than Guam. Hooded Sailor. Pumps and Ooh. Pantry has another icon next to it. The moment you enter the pantry, a bag of flour drops on your head, scattering all over your officer's uniform. Is Gnomes a prankster? Is that why it's called Gnomes? Heh. The hell was that? Gnomes! You wipe the flour off you before continuing. Tinned food. Is this me stealing? Because there's a hand icon next to it. You lift a crate of tinned food from the shelves. The supplies still say 50 out of 100, so... maybe it's quest related. Cook's like, hey, could you get me some tinned food? And we'll be like... this tinned food right here? And it'd be like, you bloody thief, I'm reporting you to the captain. Nothing in the boiler. He spots you and ceases his playing. I feel like this bro, with the eyes that he has, him and his brother were like, they've been sailing with Hunt for a good long while. And the cook bro has already mentioned some dissatisfaction that I can't believe. He picked an outsider and not somebody with tenure like we have. Whereas Lefty was surprised, but optimistic from my experience if he picked us over an insider. Need something? You're Grimly, aren't you? The man grunts. Aye. Grimly Stoke. I'm the ship's carpenter. Ah, if you're the carpenter, shouldn't you be working? He's taking a break. If you've got enough time to lean and play, you have enough time to clean and pray. You're Junior's brother. Junior? Oh, you're Shaw. Junior mentioned you. I was just speaking to him, too. I'm sure he talked your ear off. Won't keep you from your work. Don't keep me from my break. See, like I said, just because he's a ship's carpenter doesn't mean I have to be a slave driver about it. I'm sure he's busy. He just wants to catch some tunes, rest his feet for a bit. Ah, one step ahead of me. If you add those tins to the hoosh, we should be good for dinner. Got anything for the hoosh? Feed the hoosh pot. New tab. Hoosh. Hoosh recipe Antarctic food. Rather than being an actual recipe as such, hoosh is really just a word for a stew made from the limited ingredients you have at the time. In the early days of Antarctic exploration, there weren't many varied ingredients. And so everyone's hoosh tended to end up pretty much the same. Ah. Feed the hoosh pot. Resource items that you spend for instant effect, increasing food, or changing the status of crew. I could put a number of things in there, but all I have right now is a can of tinned food. Toasty, I have to adjust. You're slipping off my lap and my leg is getting numb. There we go. Still comfy there? Furnace +3. Food +20. Plus 20 food, I can't believe it. They had me so worried that we'd be running out in no time. Okay. Feed the bush. If I have more resource cards. Cards! I can't believe it. They tricked me into playing a card-based video game. So we gotta get more supplies to accommodate the supplies then. Because at the current crew numbers, it's 2 food per crew. That's what, 58? Hold on, let me get a calculator. 29 times 2, 58. 58 food per week. We're gonna get scurvy so fast. 2 weeks, we run out of food. The next week, we get malnourished. The week after, we get scurvy. Call the crew for dinner. It's only midday. We haven't even spoken to the navigator. Although, it has been 2 hours of streaming. What time is it now? 1:11? My time? Toasty, how would you and your brother like your midday lunch? Does a midday lunch sound good? So how about we go back to the mid-deck so we could enjoy the accordion playing. I'll leave you all in BRB for a few minutes. Gotta feed the cats. That plus 20 food means Onyx and Toasty get to feast like kings today. And I'll be back in a second. Onyx, Toasty, let's go. Alright, now that crew's been fed, cat's been fed. Hey, Toasty, you want to go back on lap? Or do you want to be the shoulder powered again? Here. You could... You don't want lap time this time, Toasty? Well, don't call the crew to dinner. Don't call the crew to dinner, Toasty. Your feet are trying to go on my space bar. It's not gonna happen. Fine, Toasty. The keyboard will go on my lap then. Here. You have the entire desk to lay on. Is that better, Toasty? I thought you'd be content now that you've been fed. Ugh. And the cat is cute too. He is when he's not a troublemaker Swedish guy. Right now he's perfectly fine. He's just being a cutie patootie and taking up desk space. Which means that he isn't digging into my dry goods to chew up all the food packaging and spill food all over the counter and the floor. You are kind of blocking chat right now, Toasty. So, if you could move, baby. Hoosh has been done. Dinner could wait, because you gotta speak to the navigator. Toasty, though I mean it, could you move this way? He's having his post-lunch wash, so he doesn't care what I have to say. Careful, Toasty. Your bathing is being streamed live on Twitch. I have to update the category to pools, hot tubs, bathtubs. And are those bare hips, Toasty? Bare hips aren't allowed on Twitch anymore. I have no idea if the camera's in the right place right now. Oh well. Toasty, you also have to move, because once I speak to Kurt, you're going to be blocking like half the text. Come here. Come on, Toasty. I know you're having your post-lunch wash, your little ablution ceremony. But do it over here instead. There you go. There you go. You could have Bluth over there. And I'll just scoot over here. Send me up there, I'll get you a reading. The scientist eyes a man's cane and turns to you. I believe the navigator means you to send one of his scouts. No, he means himself, I bet. Brian Blessed is not going to be landbound for nobody. The navigator clears his throat and taps his cane. Of course. If you find one of mine, they'll get us a reading, rightly. Scout from the crow's nest. It's only midday. The call to dinner option has to be like, skip to the next day then or something. Yorick, Soren, or Hadrian. We've already seen Flick running up and down the rigging, so make yourself useful and get to the crow's nest. They ascend to the nest and take a reading with a sextant. Public sextant, Toasty. All clear from up top? Oh, cool. There's Orca Island over there. What else have we got? Viscount Island. Could you two not fight on the desk? Onyx? Onyx Toasty is just grooming himself. You came up to him. I thought you guys would get... Onyx is such a diva. Onyx sleeps with Toasty, cuddles up with him, plays with him, grooms him, gets worried when he's not around. And then he'll be a diva, walk up to Toasty, and be like, bah, 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 bah. You're okay, Toasty. I think Onyx was just hoping that he could sit on the desk with me this time. Little drama queen. And that's the two things I have here, huh? Could also pan around super slowly. How about I pan it to some kind of human speed? How's 20? Is 22 fast? That's 20? That feels normal. But I suppose if I click and drag... Whoops. Yeah. If I use a mouse, then 20 is way too fast. So... Hey, there's little pictures down here. Dragon, penguin, seal, penguin, elephant seal. So I guess the way this works is that the speeds are fucking slow because they have mouse or analog sticks on your controller in mind. And if you're using a keyboard, you're shit out of luck. Gotta maximize the speed for zoom and for panning to make it normal speed on keyboard. Thanks. I can't say that's just the devs fucking up, because it seems like every dev does it like that. Extra funny playing Pentiment, where they want you to use a stone to scrape off the illuminated manuscript at the beginning, right? And I'm sure that on keyboard, it's just a simple wiggle around, you just scrape it off super fast. But on the computer, you gotta like drag it super slow, over and over laboriously. Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song, a few puzzles, you have to rotate a thing, and rotating a thing must be super fast on controllers and analog sticks. But on keyboard and mouse, you gotta grab and then slowly pull it 3 degrees, and then grab and slowly pull it 3 degrees. So it's a cultural thing more than just one or two devs not understanding how computers work. But it makes you wonder, because they build these games on computers, right? It's not like dev kits are on an Xbox 360 and they're manufacturing it with an analog stick. So surely somebody on hand would have played it with a keyboard and mouse at some point and have tried panning or scrolling. Not just these guys, but every single one. It'll be my eternal complaint You know, doesn't anybody on the team have a keyboard they can play with? Didn't they make this with keyboards? Orca Island, the last port we made, picked up Kurt of the scouting team from. Viscount Island. Last known location of the Viscount. My destination. So, where would Kurt want to go? He wants to avoid the ice packing in on us, right? It looks to me like no matter where we go, we're gonna end up packed in. Maybe what he's envisioning is that on the course we're taking from Orca to here, we're going to slowly get into this little crevice here and try to ice break our way through, which is probably going to take weeks, while the ice covers up behind us. He's probably going to want us to turn this way where the ice is lighter and go between these two icebergs, or maybe a shorter trip up this way where these two bergs probably won't connect or collide in the time it takes to get through it, and this little bit here might be easier to break through, as opposed to this entire shelf. Okay, we took a peek. Let's go do dinner then. If there's nobody else to talk. Okay. Panning speed is too fast in the regular game, and it's only in the map that it's too slow. So, maybe... How about 8, if the default was 3? A bit quick? Maybe too quick? More reasonable. It'll still be pretty fucking slow when looking at the map, but what could I do? I'll just have to click and drag when it comes time for that. No more food I can take. Can't add it to the whoosh anymore then, at least not today. So I guess we're done. The crew have their meal. Har! Shall we toast to the ice? Aye! The days get longer, but dinner is fixed. It will see us through the long days and the darkest night. The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. You can't help but notice that it's still bright light outside. There's some eaves to drop on. Let's see, that's too warm, so it's not Ward. Unless he just unfurled his sleeve flap, but looks kind of loose there. You notice 2 sailors passing by from the dinner table. An inebriated sailor on wobbling legs, leaning on the shoulder of another. Ah, good times, good times. Need to learn to handle your drink, Tucker. Ah, but I'm fine. My mates can carry me, eh, Cavity? They could also drop you. Have 2 Johns carry you next time. Are you asleep? Shit. Rafe Joom and Holston Higgs. Rafe Cavity Joom, Holston Tucker Higgs. These 2 aren't ice savvy, so if I knew about their existence, I could have put them to task in the boilers. But now, Runt, 2 Johns, and Lefty are busy in the boilers. Door, ... No response. Anybody in my cabins? Nobody waiting for me? Such a lonesome life. forecastle I could finally enter. More eavesdropping. 2 engineers chatting above deck. Or rather, you overhear one engineer speaking with another. Basically how my conversation with XBF goes. I might have some input early on, but then he'll get going for like 30 or 45 minutes. I'll have 5 things I want to say, but I'll have to shelve them and wait till the next time. Not that I mind. It's a shame that I can't get out what I want to get out, but I do enjoy listening to him. Don't know how the chief could stay down there all evening. You ever see Mr. Hammond eat? I haven't. Maybe he doesn't even eat. Man's not human if he can work all day, all night on the boiler. Probably doesn't sleep either. He probably sleeps. Aye, Dick, it's figurative. Right. Ricky Flogs and Gareth Forsyter. The only 2 engineers I got. A landborne met engineer and a mudwash engineer. Wonder if their origins also help for certain duties. We haven't made any change here though. Click and drag. It's pretty cumbersome trying to use mouse for it though, because it keeps trying to snap back. And now it's super slow on the drag. It doesn't want to drag, it seems. Okay, Q and E. Ah, week 1. Week 1 we were where? Have I got to change the speed every time I go to this map? So week 1 we weren't even on the map yet. We were still en route. And then week 2, we're there. Okay. Then back to a sensible speed. Kind of a shame. Kind of a shame it's like that. Alright, to the forecastle. Unless Captain, are you in here? Turn in for the evening. Turn into what? I knew she was keeping the dogs in here. I didn't realize it was gonna be so cramped. Are the dogs okay with this condition? I would have kind of thought... I would have thought they need their space. But I guess this also keeps them warm. But won't their legs get cramped and their fur get matted? And if they're in here for weeks, they're not exactly roaming around the ship either, right? Are they gonna be in good condition? No, go talk to her. The dogs regard her with rapt attention as she paces between them, bowl in hand. The largest joins her side as you approach. Oh, look at him, he's right over there! Is that the largest one? Try some. The soup. What's in it? Caviar and rose petals. Well, in that case, you nearly burn your mouth at the hot broth. Spit it, surprisingly tasty. It's surprisingly palatable. You feel yourself warming up. You seem to enjoy it. I'm afraid there's only so much. If you want more, it'll have to be among the dog's leftovers. Penguin, some blubber, fats and proteins. Fastest way to hydrate them. Was there something you needed? Just inspecting the animals? They belong here more than we do. Unlike us, they need the ice. It cools them through their paws as they run. They'd overheat otherwise. Strong creatures. Very. They handle stress differently, adapt quickly. There's plenty to be learned from them. You've been on the ice for a long time with these animals. Who's that beside you? This is Stanbury. Bark! You love these animals. They need me, and you'll need them. Could I pet Stanbury? You ruffled his head. It tries to lick the broth from your fingers. You can pet the dog! And now she's added to my specialist. We got all our specialists in now. Kennel Master, Ice Savvy. The doctor is still seasick. Lead Engineer, Clive Hammond. Gribbly Stoke is a carpenter specialist. Junior Stoke's a cook. Okay. We're missing one scientist now. And one sailor I haven't met yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That really is 29 folks. It doesn't seem like a lot divided up like this. So who do I have to kill off? So we can start saving on some rations. Looks like turning in for the night. Yeah, the E is flashing. So there's nothing else to do. Sound of rustling inside. Keep knocking. After knocking on the door several times, it finally swings open to reveal what a Templeton science team. We could have missed this if I didn't keep annoying them. Annoyed scientist. Yes. He's got those Dexter lab glasses. Do you require my presence? I'm acquainting myself with the crew. Who are you? You should know. I am the meteorologist of this expedition. I would know, but I'm apparently the worst first mate when it comes to organization. And never thought to familiarize myself with the crew before we set sail. Andre Isaac. If I am not required for anything, I would ask to not be disturbed any further. Scientist, landborn, Mr. Zach, Isaac. So it is just then, one final unseen sailor, with a shoulder-length hair. Kinda looks like He-Man. Rations gonna get super low. Minus 58 on both. I can take the hit to the morale. If we're at 29 and 29, minus 29 each, then 75 minus 29 it could absorb, 70 minus 29. I'll do it. It's only minus 20 morale. I'm sure we'll have ways to get it back up, the decorum. It's only minus 4 degrees Celsius. $46, $41. Another week passes. Temperance finally entered the thick ice leads. The days grow ever brighter. If Obra Dinn taught me anything, then apparently could operate a ship like this off a skeleton crew. So I could probably do less sailors. I've already got so few. My cabin's there, mid-deck. Seriously. Just gonna rummage around while they're asleep. Looking up is in yellow. Oh, look at that. The ice cracking ahead of us. And cracking more as we advance through. Well, now we're just gliding on top of the... There we go, there's a crack. In real-time crackage. We never did get the option to change course. Leaving a nice trail behind us. Okay, let's see what we got up here. So we are deeper into there, and it looks like that slight fjord has closed behind us. Start the daily requests. Captain Hunt appears to be absent. His chair is unoccupied. Food and fuel is pretty low by my count, but decorum's not so low that he'd be mutinied so quickly. Best get started now, wait for Captain Hunt. I am first mate if the captain's not here. The whole room shudders. Must have been last night's soup. False choice would have happened anyway, it seems. You guys okay here, doggies? Stroke its head, calm the doggies, rub its belly. Look at that smile. Ruffle its fur. Officer Shaw would appear we've stopped. Curious. Hunt was warned of this pathway, was he not? Even I could see the risks yet an experienced sailor carried on. I wonder what goes through that man's head. They're already starting to doubt the captain. Anybody else awake? Officer Shaw, what happened? Ship's coming to a stop and was flung my camera to the wall. Didn't hit anything, did we? Trapped in some ice, did break loose to move again? Stay where you are. Don't watch you doing anything reckless for a photo. If she wants a photo of the crew picking at the ice, she could do that from the ship. Well, let's hope we can get that done sooner rather than later. Trapped in the ice, though. That would make for a good photograph. Should have asked about Hunt. Ship stuck then. If you're looking for Hunt, you just missed him. How? We didn't cross paths. Don't ask me. I'm gonna check with my brother. Is that more fuel? One sack of coal, some briquettes. There's two people here. If I made any errors, I'd tell you. It's secure, don't worry. They notice you. I'm sure we're of the situation. What's happening? I am ensuring that the boiler was not damaged at the sudden commotion. And I told you that if it was, you'd already know. I'm not in the business of making mistakes. I know that the furnace goes, we go down with it. Yes, but you're only one man, with just a pair of engineers as assistants. Just looking at the number of valves, this seems far too much work for you to handle. Maybe your bloody benefactor should have considered that. I've gotten used to it by now. It will hold, trust me. I will. Well, I'll have to, won't I? I don't fancy staying on the ship any longer than necessary. It's imperative that we break free from the ice as quickly as possible. Hammond eyes you, a grimace on his face. He's noticed I've stolen his coal. First mate's here, but where's the one who got us into this bloody mess? I was hoping that Templeton knew. I was informed by one of the Stokes that I just missed him. but I have a suspicion as to where he may be now. We're on a ship, an unmoving one at that. The man cannot simply disappear. If he is anywhere, he must be in his cabin. I just came from his cabin. When you find the man, give him an earful on my behalf. Can't do it myself. Too busy keeping us alive. Templeton gives us a nod. I believe you and I both owe our good captain a visit, Shaw. But he should call the crew for dinner first. Routine is important, especially now. Dinner? It's only midday. How about we start breaking the ice, and then after a day's work, we can do dinner. Not before we fed this furnace. Mind grabbing some coal from the bunker, Shaw? Or are you afraid of dirty hands like Mr. Templeton over here? Well, lucky for him. Coal goes in, we stay alive. Really is that simple. Ask the engineers to raise the heat. Cures crew of freezing. Well, here's the thing. That is an option now that we have access to the boiler. But we don't have to right now. We're still good. Feed the furnace. Oh, I see. So it's not put it in the hoosh and the furnace gets 3 and the hoosh gets 20. It's I could use the crate of tin food as emergency fuel. Just like in Sunless Skies, right? If you run out of fuel, you can always burn the supplies. It won't burn as well as fuel does. But once you figured out which ports were where in your given game, it wasn't ever too much of a concern. Always the deadliest when it's a brand new game and a brand new map, and you haven't yet revealed where everything is on the map, and every voyage out is a risk. Now me? I'm not trusting the brothers. They're obviously hiding something. You emerge mid-deck to find the crew readying themselves for dinner despite the ice. Some seem nervous, others as if nothing had happened at all. I could just do dinner right now. Crew need fed for the week. They only eat for the week once. Daffy the Bush. Okay, no one's around anywhere. Question mark. Examine the problem. A. There's the navigator, but where's the captain? What in the... Well, I was worried about this. Look at that ice. We could be trapped for a while. Strong pressures. As if we didn't have enough bother. Well, no need for mucking around. Let's get to work. Where's Hunt? I'll grab him. I'm sure he felt it too. Shaw checked the boiler room. Already did. I'm sure the moleman has problems of his own. Not to worry, everyone. We'll be free and moving again before you know it. Back to work, he says, when all the crew's already downstairs awaiting dinner. Captain's not here. Captain is missing. Captain has either run off on the ice, or he's been murdered. I can't find the captain up here. Miles of ice everywhere, not a single spot of him. Is he in my cabin? He is not. Very mysterious. Well, there's naught else for me to do. But attend to dinner. The crew have their meal. Dinner is shared. The crew return to their posts, the hammocks unfurled, Still bright outside. The brothers definitely know something. The cook brother said he'd get the captain. The carpenter brother claims I just missed him. We didn't see him either. He didn't pass by, but his cabin door was locked when I checked. Slippery bastard. What are you thinking, Hunt? Slippery bastard, huh? Maybe the reason he chose an outsider for his first mate is because he doesn't trust the old crew. Knows he's been sailing with them long enough that they want some extra concessions, maybe some senior positions. Or something. If the Stokes brothers don't know where he is. Deployed. If you say so. No sign of Hunt, I take it? Mr. Templeton passed by, but he wasn't exactly willing to take questions. The crew on the ice chopping away at it. Let the dogs pat its head. It offers its paws, it likes me. Scratch its head. One would think Hunt would be taking action at a time like this. Instead, the man has scrolled himself within his office. An odd one. Has he? Is he just buried away in there this entire time? Keep it up, lads, we'll set ourselves right in no time. Ah, Shaw, I just saw Templeton enter the captain's cabin. Seems Hunt's holed himself up inside. Where was he? 'Cause I was in the captain's cabin when we hit the ice. I left. No one could find him. Maybe if he had a word with our good captain, he'd be willing to lend a hand. I don't see him. Oh, I do see him. He's in the bathtub. Hidden behind the curtain. He's dead. He's not just drunk, he's dead. That's why I couldn't find him earlier this morning. He was already in here. This becomes a whodunit. So whodunit? The Stokes brothers? You would think that they'd be savvy with each other, right? But they were talking as if, assuming that one of them did the killing, they weren't letting the other one know. Like, you couldn't find the captain? No, slippery bastard. What's he thinking? So, if they're not in cahoots together, it could be one of them who's not telling the other. I don't think anybody else really has much reason, far as I can see, to murder the guy. The doctor's lost his seasickness. Navigator could have some reason if the captain wasn't willing to listen to the expert and experienced navigator, trying to get them not caught in ice. A little covert mutiny. Plus this way, the cinema star gets to be in charge of the expedition again, and not operating below a guy who won't listen to him. The scientists could also have a bit of espionage in them. Mr. Zack wanted to be left alone so badly. But he could just be an ass. The engineers just seem like hard-working folk. Though if it turns out that our navigator is actually a mutinous conspirator, then his special crew of scouts could also be his hands. Vern Tashi Sheridan had received a letter he didn't want to talk about. It could have been instructions to execute. There's also one missing sailor we never met. How have I never met that one sailor? We're 3 weeks into the voyage. We've been having dinner with them every week. I don't know enough about Corvid or Smurf. Or any of the sailors, really. 2 John seems nice. Run's just a kid. I was informed that he was here. Where could he have hidden himself? Where indeed? Maybe he's gone overboard. Templeton glares at you. This is not a time to be making jokes, Shaw. Oh, he's not dead. He is just... Oh. I thought he was dead, like posed to make you think he was drunk. But in truth, has been murdered. The captain's laugh rings out from behind the door. The captain watches you both, his head swaying as he chuckles to himself. You're a surprisingly difficult man to get a hold of, Hunt. Seeing as this is your ship. Ha! I know it well. Hunt's eyes turn to you. I believe you two are already acquainted. How long have you been drinking? I don't suppose you care to join. Hunt shakes his hip black as he holds it out. Whiskey sloshing, spilling from the top. And what of you, Shaw? I can't tempt you with some sweet nectar? I don't drink. I'm fine, Captain. Maybe in a bit. Right now the crew's working. You'll be more than fine with the drink in you. Ah, well, your loss. You intend to offer drinks at a time like this. This ship, your ship, is trapped in ice. It's my ship now, is it? I smell a bit of conflict there. Maybe the captain feels like his hands are tied because so much of this voyage is actually owed to Templeton, his benefactor. And what do you expect me to do? Get the shovels out? Could have heeded Kurt's warning. What do you mean, is this your ship? Could at least do your work. I've carried your load until now. Isn't this your ship, first and foremost? Bought in an auction, not by myself. Imagine that. Captain of a private vessel, I don't even own it. Pathetic. Mr. Hunt. Captain. If you are not fit to stand, then you should retire for the night. Shaw will stand in your stead and we continue in the morning. And abandon my duty? Yeah, never. No captain who would do that is fit as a captain, wouldn't you agree? Well, not you. Shaw, isn't that right? What do you think makes for a good leader? Sobriety for a start. Making difficult choices. Choices that nobody else wants to make. Being able to do the job. The job I've been doing on your behalf. He has been deferring to me a lot the past couple of weeks. So is Shaw, what do you think? Why do you say that? I guess you've got the job, lady. Difficult choices. Choices nobody else wants to make. That you've been dropping in my lap. Do you think you could live with yourself? They all act like the choice is the difficult part. The choice is easy, Shaw. Instinctual. It's not being able to sleep after. That's what they never prepare you for. But I'm serious, Shaw. To you, what makes a good leader? We don't have time for, in a word then, what makes a leader? Willpower, control, understanding. Understanding's important, and ultimately everyone could use and need some understanding. But when you're on top, control or willpower are more compelling options, because the point of being the leader is to steer everybody else and keep them in line. so that whatever the group project is, be it the ship or just work or whatever else, operates successfully and to standard. So you need control. But I fear this option is control for control's sake. The need and acquisition of power, willpower, is more compelling for me then. You need the willpower to do the unpopular things, have people call you a bitch boss behind your back, and still go through with it. The captain right now does not seem to have a lot of willpower. He feels shame that the benefactor has so much control, literal and operational, on this mission. He doesn't even own his own ship. He seems to have so many regrets. And so instead of being a leader, he's here in his bathtub with his boots on, drinking. I'm gonna go willpower. Willpower. Explain. I gotta show my work! Press forward, no matter the circumstances. Never give up. Challenge yourself. Exceed your perceived limitations. Make the decisions that will last with you. I'm gonna say press forward, no matter the circumstances. All these are circumstances that get rolled into this. To never give up and end up with a hip flask in the bathtub. And if your crew submits before you do, then you have the American electorate. I don't think they'd appreciate being pushed forward in a hopeless situation. But what choice do they have? We're weeks away from home, trapped in ice. The only way to get back home is to get to bloody work, chip that ice apart, drag the ship forward, and then, once they're all cold to their bones, we can turn this ship around and go home. You gotta light that fire into their ass. You can look to someone always pressing on against all odds and call that bravery. Others would call it fatal stubbornness. If one's to die, they'd prefer to be with their boots off, laying in bed with a full belly. Would a good leader deny them that? Yeah, if it means getting everyone home. Speaking in platitudes will do you no good. A good leader is something more than a single rule you were told to follow. You told us to pick one word and explain. When you see one, you just know. You've wasted enough time pining philosophical. Oh, my apologies. I'll ask the real questions. Shaw, look at where we are. Do you honestly think we're going to survive this? I have no assumptions on returning alive. I have no doubt we will. Well, I suppose someone has to carry faith with them. The captain laughs. Shaw, nobody knows we're out here. That doesn't leave this room. No, wouldn't want to upset your employer. Our benefactor. We all want to be paid after this, don't we? Enough! If you weren't fit to lead this expedition, you should not have agreed to it. You shouldn't be. None of us should be here. Old Kurt paid handsomely to join. You're just a botanist sent to keep an eye on me. Our doctor. Ha! Then there's me. And myself? You're the only one who should be here. Templeton opens the door. The captain needs his rest. We'll discuss this once he's of sound mind. Let him speak, Templeton. I wish to know more. It's all right, Robin. Go on now, Shaw. I'll be all right here. What did I say? He's not going to survive the tutorial. He's got to be gone for one reason or another. And I definitely don't trust Templeton. Templeton is a party officer assigned to the ship to make sure that Capitan doesn't steer away from his mission. Speak to anyone? Captain Hunt needs a sleep. It would appear the pressure of command has greatly affected him. You should find some rest yourself. The crew have their commands. Clear your head, and we'll continue on to the morn. It sounds to me more like Templeton is the actual captain and I'm his first mate. The way he throws things around. Everyone else is off doing their duties, can't do anything else. The engineer that never sleeps is nowhere to be found. And I don't see the rest of the crew. They're invisible ghosts doing their thing. Okay, more rations. When can I send dogs out to get more food and supplies? Minus 17 available crew. You awake to a room, awash with green. There's a loud banging on your door and a familiar voice speaks from behind the wood. Shaw, are you in there? Shaw! Are we sinking? Hammond, what's going on? Why is everything green? Never mind the green. The boiler's in serious trouble. Pumps need manned, and we need to stop the whole system overheating. And I don't need to tell you, the furnace goes, we go. They don't want the furnace overheating. What did I say? This is why we've been going at half fuel for the past 3 weeks. Where's Hunt? Is he aware? Can't find him. Came to you. I need someone's authority to take action now. Bloody give it to me. Lead the way, Hammond. Right. Let's move. We need to find the captain now. Everything is awash in green. I don't think that's the water around us. Otherwise, where's the light coming from? Kasia rushes up, holding her camera tight as the ship rumbles. What's happening? Are we going under? Not if we could help it. Out of the way. It's safe to go up top, right? That aurora. It's a shot I can't miss. Kasia steps back before snapping a photo of the ensuing chaos. Well, we have to go above decks. There's no place else I can go. They've made some good progress, it looks like. They got some nice cracks in the ice now. My crews actually did a pretty good job. The lights of the aurora flicker over the pale ice. If nothing else, so far this is a pretty game. The animals are barking furiously at the green that has invaded the territory. I thought they were used to these conditions. I thought they belonged on the ice. Calm, Stanbury. What's happening to the ship? Not that I can't fix, don't fret. That I shan't stop you, Mr. Hammond. Have you seen the captain? I've been resigned to this room, and I'll have to stay as such. Lest you wish to add a frightened kennel to your current problems. Okay, to the captain's cabin. With the party officer already here. Now for a fact the captain's gotta be dead. Templeton? Nothing. Visibly perturbed, he takes a moment to compose himself. Even the tub is empty. Why would he expect him to be in the tub? Not important. This doesn't make sense. The man seemed barely fit to crawl himself into bed earlier. What? Hammond turns to you. All right, Shaw. Captain's missing. You're in charge. We can't give up on Hunt that easily. I bloody well can. He missed his chance to take the reins. Yes, indeed. The crew are no doubt waking at this moment. They're no doubt scared, confused. It's your duty to keep them calm, to maintain order. Hammond glares at Templeton. It's Shaw's job to get down to the boiler room now. We've already wasted enough time looking for that bastard Hunt. If you storm down to that room, all you'll be doing is inciting a panic. Now the music's gotten loud. We need to calm the fears of the crew, maintain an air of focus. Lie to them as the ship goes down? Not at all. Instead, to assure them we know how to remedy this matter. You do know how to remedy this matter, Mr. Hammond. Aye. We need to be quick. I don't have time to worry about some stupid sailor's feelings. We've got a bloody ship to save. Well, it's as you said. Officer Saw is in charge. The decision is yours. Focus on calming the crew. We can't waste more time. The border won't wait for us. Here's the thing, right? Leadership is about delegation. With either option, if I have to be the figurehead and calm the crew, then send somebody with Hammond to help out. We can do that. I'm not an engineering expert, so he can have my blessing and authority to take a few crew with him to do what needs fixing. And the crew is adults. Most of them are ice savvy or experienced sailors. We're caught in the ice, it's rocking, something's going on. I'll simply have Templeton explain what's going on with this. But for now, we can deal with morale later. Border won't wait for us. Hammond's right, we can't waste any more time. The border won't wait for us. Fine. I will keep the crew at bay then. See? Delegation. Come on. Don't worry about him. Let's go. Just rushing all the way down. Minus 15 decorum. We're having Templeton be the bearer of bad news. As more of the crew notice you and Hammond descending below, the whispers begin. Soon, the crew pick up the pace, walking directionless with hurried footsteps. Kurt approaches. Boiler trouble, I take it? I'll lend a hand. Not when you're walking with that cane, you're not. I have enough strength to tell the crew to hit the lower decks, as many as possible. What about Two John? If he wants strength of hand, we got Two John. Let's go, Shaw. Time to save this blasted ship. You descend the ladder. Ahead, you can see the brothers trying to open the door to the hold. The door to the hold? What's going on in here, then? Trying to get in? Same. Door stuck. Pull harder, you bastards. You need to get in there. It's the only thing that matters. Keep the furnace alight. Could you help us? The metal door unsticks. See? You just have to ask the door politely. Quick check on things. Okay. Grimly looks at you before darting off into the dark. Where's that bloody idiot running off to? To sound the alarm! Bloody hells. Let's get moving. Damn! Do you think the boiler is overheating as much as it is? Because the Stokes brothers had put the captain inside the furnace. I bet you the captain's inside the furnace. The door came unstuck so quickly. They were holding it shut. But then again, there's two engineers in here too. So unless they're conspiring... You went to the boiler room. As you enter, Hammond's engineering team are hard at work. The larger of the two engineers loses a grip of their valve, as steam begins to shoot out, causing Hammond to dash forward. Watch it! Hammond tackles the engineer to the ground, saving him from a nasty steam burn. Made it just in time. What's the word, Chief? Keep those valves pumping. We need to avoid a water hammer or we won't be making it off the ship. Shaw, the rest of the crew aren't here. Grab a valve and start turning. Okay, I'll turn any valve that I can. You grab a valve and begin turning, trying all you can to keep the water at bay. Pump! You feel the ache in your muscles as you continue to push the valve, keeping the pressure at bay. Minus 10 fuel, minus 10 fuel. The furnace rumbles and sputters, hemorrhaging fuel. You keep turning, do the best you can to keep the pressure at bay. We could be at this for hours. Shit, where's the rest of the crew? It took them long enough. Brought help. Minus 10, minus 10, minus 10. The furnace rumbles and sputters. Get me coal and turn those valves. Okay. Everyone else on hand can start turning valves and levers. Hold on. Can I get more? Okay, let's do... Basically, every hand is available for this. Tashi, Tucker, Cavity. They get to work. Good. That's more hands here then. There's gonna be so many people bringing coal in. I actually could have just done all this myself. 40 is a start. And for valves... Just one? In that case, 2 Johns with us. 2 John could do some valve work. They grab the valve. And then who else? Doug, I'm sorry, but you've got one arm and this is an emergency. Gnomes Plek. Oh, that's Gnomes. We never met Gnomes before now. He's a prankster who did some flower dropping on us. Our choice is one arm, old, young, and prankster. So Plek, earn your keep. With enough hands working on the boiler, you begin to fight back the potential water hammer. Someone's gonna have to hold the furnace in place. Oh man, should have been 2 John here. Whoever holds the burner is probably gonna get burned. Lefty. Lefty approaches the furnace. The room shakes. Water hammer! A steam of jet paints Turner. When a crew gains a severe status effect such as wounded, scurvy, or frostbite, they'll become invalid and unable to work. It subsides as they writhe in agony. You keep up the work, shifting the valves until the boiler is fully calmed. The ship is saved. You won't be sinking today. We lost 15 decorum but gained 20. As the crew give assistance to the wounded Turner, you feel your muscles tense. You fall back, collapsing from exhaustion. As you lay back, all you can hear are a pair of panicked voices. Where the hell is Captain Hunt? He's gone. Prologue complete. So we got that going at least. Man, we've only got 61 food and 46 fuel. I can't add more fuel than I have. So we have to do minus 20 on those, but I could always add... I thought that since I had more people coming in... Look, I have... Whoops. I did half rations on both. I thought that because I had crew on coal hauling stuff in, that I get more coal coming in. I could have put, I had like 4 extra coal I could have added. We would up to 80 fuel. Temperance safe from sinking, roar passes, and a bright light, okay. Week 4 and first week at the Temperance camp. I mean, look at this. I had 2 extra fuel available. 20 each. We could have been up to 80. It's only the start of the week. That's bullshit. That is bull. What is the point of putting more crew on coal duty if they weren't going to bring more coal in? I thought that's what it was. That's the obvious interpretation for me. I gotta go through all this again. Alright, let's speed run through it. Can't see him in the bathtub. Fuck. Not what I meant to say. Making me mash through this just to get back at the option. Then I gotta wait forever. Like it's one thing if it's consequences of action, right? Fully accepting consequences of action so far. Whereas this one is more like, what is the point of having the option that I have if the option didn't even do what it should have done? Were the 4 sailors that I put to work not actually carrying coal? Again, son of a bitch. I know it's petty, but I want to stick as much as possible to the same options it chose the first time. Which meant talking to everyone and saying what I said the last time. But I want to mash through to get through this quicker. And why is he saying that I just missed him if he hadn't seen him? He's just obfuscating things now. Furnace. Furnace fuel, not human fuel. Clearly, I was just carrying 4 sacks of coal in my pockets for nothing. No one else around up here. What are you thinking, Hunt? Why are they covering for him then? Don't even have time to pet the dogs this time. There are plenty of conversation options in this sequence. Forget the captain, this is my ship now. If I use my mouse to click through quickly, that's probably better, because my mouse will be here, and not the top option. If nobody knows that we're here, we're probably... This probably isn't a suicide mission in the sense that everyone on the ship is expected to disappear. Like, Templeton probably isn't expected to disappear. We're out here for a purpose, to find something and retrieve something. Maybe many, they don't care if they die. So, secret mission, but not exactly aliens. What did I say to myself? What a view. Right. Only one should be here. Fallen asleep. I'll go ahead and pet the dogs. Tickle behind the ears, pat its back. And then rush to the sequence with the only difference being... Only difference being actually using the fuel I had on my hands. There's probably going to be many a sequence with people standing on the other side to make a hard choice between them. Water won't wait for us. Probably doesn't make a big difference. But the better option probably is to calm the crew and then send them all down. Of course, still the possibility that Captain's inside the boiler. Down goes all my fuel. Okay. Get coal. We have so much coal seed. Okay, I guess the purpose of this is that everyone that I assign to coal duty gives me 1 bag of coal, right? That's why adding 1 to 3 gave extra 1s. That wasn't telegraphed all too well. My thought is that, alright, I got 4 coals. I got 3 other people assigned here. They're doing some good hard work, right? Nuh-uh. It's just everyone I adds in gives me an extra bag of coal. So there's no point not using it all. And it doesn't really matter who I use here. The important thing is I have people assigned at all. Plus 1 sacks of coal. I guess that makes that clear if you pay attention to that, but my assumption is that they're doing more than bringing 1 sack, that they're actively hauling stuff in during the entirety of this. So there's no reason not to put all the sacks of coal in there. And then to keep the same as last time, Lefty is going to be holding the boiler. And I guess my first wound of the game. Okay. And now, I'll actually set things as I want. Food is so low. If I do 29, if I do 58, that's pretty much everything taken out. All of our food gone this week. We have to be at half rations. We could hunt some penguins later or something. And fuel we got plenty of. But again, I'll take half rations. Just so we have some left over. If we could add 1 thing to the hoosh and 1 thing to the boiler every week, that's an extra plus 20 on both. But still, minus 29. So, I'll keep the rumbly grumblies for a bit. If I could keep them above, say, above half for their decorum, then we should be okay. Temperance safe from seeking. Aurora passes. Now I'll advance and accept consequences for everything. Week 4 and the first week at Temperance Camp, because apparently we just live here now. You're alone at the captain's cabin. Out across deck can be heard the commotion of the crew. Word has spread quickly that Captain Hunt is missing. Templeton slips in through the door. Shaw. Don't let the cold in. Still no sign of Hunt. I'm afraid not. Hunt is still missing. Rufus Hunt missing? Question mark. Just gone. And he isn't alone in that regard. Sanders, Sparrow, and Gran are also unaccounted for. Gran, Sparrows, and Sanders. As is a sizable food and fuel supply and one of the larger lifeboats. Is that because of my decorum choice at 65 if you leave? Not the scientists, engineers, or scouts, but a few sailors. Smurf, Corvid, and Joe. They were present since the beginning, so maybe the captain took some crew and ran off. Shaw, you and I are not naive. It seems it is quite clear what has happened here. Yes, but why would Hunt abandon us? That is a question I cannot answer. I doubt we'll ever know at this stage. The former captain is no longer with us. You understand what that means, Shaw? That would be Captain Shaw now, I take it? Not quite yet. A new captain must be selected by the crew. As first mate, you have the most clear argument to take that role. Would have expected the role to be inherited. And how do I argue for the role? I do believe on the Steam store page there is something about electing a captain. How do I argue for that role? Your presence in the face of Hunt's absence is an argument in itself. They will hold a vote as soon as possible. That carpenter, Grimley, he is still loyal to Hunt, and many of the sailors will follow his vote, if not all. Though I could assure you had the vote of myself and my scientists. Kurt and his crew are like to support you as well. I am unsure where the engineers will side. They're likely loyal to their pay. Turner is still recovering from their steam burns, which may end up working to our favor. And the civilians are a mystery. But I believe when all is said and done, you will just about make the vote. You've clearly given this lots of thought. Of course, it is vital to remain aware of the crew's intentions. They're waiting outside, Shaw. They're scared. They don't know where to turn. You and I both understand the importance of maintaining decorum, he says, when it's down to 65 now. Those times seem dire, remember. There is a rescue ship on its way. Is there? We were told that nobody knows that we're here. We are the rescue ship. Even if the Temperance falls, we still have a potential to escape. 35 weeks. The ship will arrive at Viscount Island in 35 weeks from now. They're going to arrive with their own stores at 57 fuel and 32 food. They're not going to take on 15 crew all on their own. We should focus on surviving that long. That is all we need to do, Captain. How can we be certain the rescue ship will come? The relief could become trapped, just as we have been. Or they could choose to take another route. They could have taken Kurt's route around if they had someone with more sense. Unless Templeton had forced Captain Hunt to go the direct route. And if there is a rescue boat, a secondary ship doing the same mission, that they'll also have a party officer on board to make sure things go exactly to script. How can we be certain the rescue ship will come? I can assure it. Our benefactor will ensure it. Another 35 weeks, Captain. Keep it in mind. Here, you should have this. Templeton presents you with a fancy-looking hat. Hunt's hat. Why would Hunt leave his hat behind? He left it behind in his cabin. That tells us what we need, doesn't it? What about you? Do you wish to be captain? That is not my burden to bear. I'll take the hat. The commotion outside grows. I choose to willfully observe reality. I suggest you do the same, Captain. The scientist refrains from a moment. What is it? I think it's best we declare that the captain and the missing crew are dead. There's no need for us to complicate things any further. Like you said, I'm the captain now. I won't lie to them, Templeton. Leaders lie. Get used to it. The crew are waiting for you on deck. Well, it's a brand new day. Actually made the option with the outcome I wanted. And we got a vote for captaincy to look forward to. So before we do that, it's a Saturday, right? 2:49 p.m. here, and dank movie nights tend to be 4 p.m. my time. 7 Eastern? So, this will be the final BRB for the night. Then we'll progress as close to 4 p.m. as possible, so maybe just one more week? Because it did take almost 4 hours to get through 4 weeks. But until then, shall return momentarily. Alright. One more week. Not quite at sea. Now that we're stuck in ice. Examine the room first. Tub. That was the last BRB before ending stream, so we gotta make the most of this next week. The last place you saw Captain Hunt. Still drops of whiskey. Frozen. And the desk, my desk now. Hunt's ledger is gone. That is suspicious. If there was foul play, I suspect that Templeton may have silenced the captain, since he was speaking too much about rescue not coming, about nobody knows we're here, bad-mouthing the benefactor, derelicting his duty. Templeton might have killed the captain, taken the ledger to hide evidence the captain was trying to speak of, could have disposed of a few sailors on a boat to make it look as if there was escape. The hushed voices become more distinct as you make your way back out into the open air. Why do I feel like this wasn't going to happen had I not put the extra fuel into the boiler and we still had a minimum? Because before I reloaded, when I was like, what do you mean the 3 extra guys ahead of the boiler didn't bring any coal out? And we're running off nothing. What do you mean? It looked more like they set up camp outside. So I think already would have been a story difference. Either decorum would have forced this, or having an excess amount of fuel meant they had the means to escape. The hushed voices become more distinct as you make your way back out into the open air. You notice the absence of Turner. The crew members notice you and stop. The retention ripples across the deck. Attention! It should be clear by now that Captain Hunt is no longer serving his post. As such, we should vote in the new captain. I nominate Officer Shaw for the role. The clear choice is first mate. And what of Hunt? I do not see him among us, do you? Don't see a body either. He's still out there. We don't know what happened. Well, then think of me as acting captain. If he comes back, then he could reclaim the use of his ship and his position. I like how the dogs are just scattered across the deck. So they do get timeouts with the forecastle. He's still out there. We don't know what happened. Something we can discover. For now, someone has to take the reins of command. All in favor of Officer Shaw? Abstaining because he's wounded. Scientists go for me. Doctor goes for me. Navigator and his crew are loyal to me. Sailors loyal to Hunt. Of course, more sailors loyal to Hunt. Hammond? Hammond and the engineers abstaining. Really? Loyal to Cordell. 1 loyal to me. The photographer likes me. That was very bare. So now we have more information. These 3 are assumed loyal to Hunt. They're missing. Loyal to Junior. Loyal to Grimley, so they voted for him. Runt! I gave you this job! So the ones loyal to Junior, of course, voted for the brother. Hammond is loyal to Hammond. As Stoke is loyal to Hunt, he voted for his brother's sake. Those loyal to Hunt voted for Grimley. Photographer loyal to me, Doctor loyal to me. Cordell is loyal to herself. Kurt likes me. The scientists are loyal to Templeton. They have their own agenda, and Templeton likes me. So I get to be the status quo. Engineers are loyal to Hammond, and Hammond, despite helping Hammond out, he doesn't have my back. Loyal to Kurt, so they vote for me. So what am I doing now? You have been confirmed as captain of the expedition. Well, the ayes have it. Shaw shall be acting captain from this point forward. See, acting captain. If C. Hunt comes back, then he'll assume command. Acting in Captain Hunt's stead, yes. The crowd looked to you expectantly as Templeton gives you a knowing nod. A moment passes in the cold as they wait for your next words. Curious murmurings scatter between the crew. Wait for them to quiet down as they look to you. It's not long before the obvious question spills from the members' mouths. Where's Captain Hunt? Captain Hunt has abandoned us. -5 loyalty from Templeton. Templeton's eyes widen, whispers gonna roll through the crowd. He appears to have left this expedition along with 3 missing crew and one of our lifeboats. A silence hangs in the air. I know you're all scared. You'd be fools not to be. The crowd begins to bubble up once more, with more and more questions coming to the surface. Members of the crew start speaking out one by one, with questions thrown your way in quick succession. How are we supposed to survive out here? Is help coming? What about our pay? Will we still be paid if we survive this? We'll have to rely on each other out here. Can't afford to stand each other's throats. None of us expected this. Everyone will have a role to play. We were all brought onto this crew for a reason, trying to exercise those skills. I like that. Divvy up roles amongst yourselves as you see fit. Then what's the point of being a leader? We're all brought onto this crew for a reason. Exercise those skills. So, as boss, take the reins, report. I would like the head of each station to report to me going forward. I know this isn't what we signed up for. Stick with me and I will see us through. What of the lost captain? A memorial service held once the ship is freed from the ice. Memorial service once we make land. Those lost are no longer here, for now I must worry about ourselves. This is motivation. Memorial service once we're freed from the ice. So, we get to work, we free the ship, we get moving again, we won't be stuck. We can afford the time then to do a memorial service. If we wish to grieve, we must first live. Understood. Well, you heard the captain. Get to it. The crowd dissipates, returning to their roles aboard the ships. You pass Templeton. He glares at you. I told you I won't lie to them. If we can't be honest with each other, what chance do we have? I hope you're right. He looks up at your new hat. Suits you. Okay, Templeton. He's lost some loyalty to me. Okay, I can see everyone's loyalty meter now. Templeton lost a bit, but he's at the baseline. Grimly really doesn't like me. Hammond is only a little bit away. Kurt loves me. Cordell doesn't at all. Doctor's baseline. Kasha is easy to please, look at that. Loyal to Templeton, so the loyalty to me doesn't matter. So I haven't got to worry about everybody. I mostly have to worry about this group. Hammond could use more loyalty, and that'll secure my place in the election if we have more elections each week. Stoke really doesn't like me. He doesn't like me at all, so I'm not going to count on him or his crew that are loyal to him. Junior I could work with. Templeton I have to not upset any further. Kasha was basically the tiebreaker vote. Basically, Hammond only provides 3 votes, right? If I lose Templeton, I lose 4. So I gotta not upset Templeton and get Clive to like me more. Kurt. Shaw! Or should I say Captain Shaw? That Hunt. He didn't seem the type to just leave his crew behind. Still, no good dwelling. I have confidence you'll take up the mantle well. The crew's counting on me. Don't intend to disappoint. That's the spirit, +5 loyalty. We need some optimism at a time like this. If the captain has faith, so will the crew. Focusal. Feed fish to the dogs. No fish to feed them! But I could. If I pet the dogs, surely she'll like me more. I suppose congratulations are in order. I would hope you're prepared for the task at hand, Captain Shaw. I'm not going to question everyone on why they didn't vote. They don't like me enough, I understand that. Also, the timeline around the week. I guess I really do have 35 weeks to go for this circle to fully finish. I understand the responsibility. You are confident, but we will see. None really understand responsibility until they are handed it. My old cabin. My old cabin as I moved into the captain's quarters officially. See, this is what a real captain should be doing. What'll it be this week, Shaw? Feeding the hoosh. To think if I wasn't feeding the hoosh, it'll never get done. Pump floodwater from the lower decks. 0 rooms are flooded, right? It says 0 rooms. So I guess that's something if I had to do it later. Oh. Oh, I see. This looks like we're in a really bad state then. We've taken on water below decks. What happened? Keep her lit, Captain. Hammond? Captain now, are ya? As long as he aren't in my way any more than Hunt was, I'm happy. How's the boiler keeping? Well, we aren't dying, that's a relief. Don't know how the furnace will hold. I'll keep her going, as long as you aren't distracting me. Red room. What is this? Oh, red room. It's for photography stuff. Okay. It looks like I do need to pump the flood water. No flooded rooms to pump water from. But what am I looking at here? That looks like flooding to me. That also looks like things are icy in here. Maybe that's just ice more than water then, which still doesn't look very good. We got plenty of fuel though. But the crew's not freezing, we got lots of fuel going. There should be no hesitation, Shaw. You are the captain now, and you must carry that authority instantly. It is best we carry out the daily routine as normal, show that you are capable in the role. We should take the day's requests immediately before seeing to our resources. Too late. You saw the duties of captain firsthand while serving, cunt. You're acting captain now. It's time you take up that mantle. A line is already forming at the door. No surprise, given the circumstance. Take them as you may, Captain. Okay. Hammond, I gotta please. Junior, we could work on. Hammond first. Saving the boiler was one of the start of our troubles. Have you seen the state of this bloody ship? It has certainly seen better days. She's bleeding in the lower decks, I noticed. I believe the older stoke is attempting to rectify that. We need to stockpile as much fuel as we can. If the furnace runs out by the end of the week, we die. If we spend too long on the ship, we die. If we don't stockpile enough fuel for the winter, we die. Aye. Get me some coal. Get it in the furnace. I'm afraid he's not wrong. That coal bunkers are our only source of fuel for the time being. Until we can procure alternatives, you should assign crew to shoveling whenever possible. Okay, I could assign crew to shoveling. Cookie is just over halfway towards becoming loyal to me. Who is loyal to Junior Stoke? Grimly. Junior is wounded and thus abstained. Junior. Look at that. Runce Da is loyal to Junior, but the young man has been radicalized towards Grimly's faction. You should have raised him right, Dougie. But that does give us a 4-4 split if Lefty wasn't wounded, since Lefty's loyal to Junior. Curtin Cordell. You guys gonna do some expeditioning out there for us? She's brought the dog master. Captain, I brought the kettle master with me. This is something you'll both want to hear. I have a strong suspicion of what this matter is. I was planning to speak to the captain on it myself. Fortunate happenstance then. Captain, I know these conditions well. I've seen them before. Any idea the Temperance being free from the ice anytime soon is a pipe dream. We need to press on. We need to become aware of our new environment. Trust me, Captain. We'll be living off it for quite some time. Well, we're currently on a glacier. Not even a glacier. We're pretty much on an iceberg out at sea. I can't imagine there's gonna be much wood for the burning out here. But we could at least work on food, right? There's gotta be fish, penguins, seals, maybe birds. And if we get a seal, maybe fish, porpoise if we had to, then I could imagine blubber could probably use for the burning. Not too much fat on a fish, but it is kind of oily. And what of you, Cordell? Do you agree? +5 loyalty, simply by deferring to her. Indeed, the dog sleds will need to be exercised regularly. They spent 4 weeks cooped up. And there's no better way than to engage in hunting. We're quite lucky despite the circumstances. Now is peak time for hunting and navigation. And navigation. Traversing the ice may be a possibility in the future. We need to be prepared for that. If we're to survive out here, we need to know what lies ahead. These are uncharted territories, Captain. We have no idea where we are. Your current rations are not set to last forever either. Yeah, I have everyone on half rations. 'Cause if I don't, we'll be out of hoosh in 2 weeks flat. Less than that even. Then again, we have we got 25 people total, right? 15 available, but we'd have 25 total. Since 4 went missing, so we're back down to, what is that, the original complement? 2 people per week. So yeah, we're looking at 50 food and 50 fuel every single week. So long as... And it's not winter yet, it's gonna get colder. It's gonna get colder, we'll need more fuel. If I have a surplus, I could do like double rations of either, and then people will get happier for a little bit. And we're at 65 now, so I have to work on happiness. But we need income. We need food and fuel income. Otherwise there's no doing anything. Send any hunting party to me as you please. My dogs and I will ensure their survival. Know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to send everyone loyal to Grimly out on hunts. There's work to be done on the ship. There's work to be done chipping out the ice, trying to get the ship out, but we need supplies. People who are loyal to me, or loyal to people who are loyal to me, or people who are loyal to themselves and thus abstain, they shall remain behind to do duty on the ship that is super essential, but everyone that Grimly depends on for his vote are going to go out into danger, and they're going to notice. Do you think there's a system in which they'll notice, hey, Captain, you're sending the same guys out each time. How is it? It's always my friends. Fennec is sending me something on Discord. Don't know why the focus was so narrow. Key marketing error. Chuckling at boat. Send post. Cordell exits. The same sentiment for myself and any scouting teams. If you wish the great unknowns to be braved and charted, I'm your man. We need to know what lies ahead. Keep looking forward. Okay, Cookie, what do you want? Shaw. Captain Shaw Jr. The ice looks unbudging, doesn't it? It would seem that way, yes. I'm gonna send a quick screenshot to Fennec because this is a very Squidward look that he's giving right now. Crew seem to think so. They think if we don't intervene, the temperance will never get freed. If you're suggesting breaking the ice, I can assure you that won't work. I'm not. They are. No intervention is going to break up the ice enough to free this ship. You don't know that? People have been ice breaking before the days of icebreakers. Putting others to work on that is simply a waste of manpower. Aye, maybe, but the morale. Idle hands, right? As long as idle hands are busy hands, then they're not going to be sitting cold and frozen, counting the minutes of every single week. It might be the morale booster we need. Plus, it's hard work. Hard work's not just hard work. Hard work is also warmth. If I keep their muscles moving, they got fuel to come home to. They got food to come home to. We keep them chipping away. Oh, that could be the plan then. They're scared though, worried. They just want to feel like they tried something. If it'll raise spirits, it's worth the attempt. Is this gonna drop Templeton's loyalty some more? I can't send the wounded. Okay, Two Johns, you're loyal to Grimly. But you're literally Two Johns. Who to send on this endeavor? Because I still want at least 2 and 2 for dog expeditions. For expeditions and navigation, we'll have to expand on what we know is around here. And we'll need to hunt. So it's a shame that these 3 are missing. Missing, but also deployed. What does Smurf know that we don't? I always respond when he's trying to swipe down to do something and he opens the app instead. Sorry to be responsive. Tongue sticky out emoji. Okay. I don't think it matters too much who I send out to do stuff. Like, I don't think they have any stats in particular that really makes a difference. Ice Savvy, Ice Savvy. Ice Savvy have all left us. Isn't that great? That was pretty much his upper crew, wasn't it? Apart from the lower officers like the Stokes brothers. So I don't just have a bunch of mutinous crew, I have ice noobs. I think I'll have Timmy, Paul Cole, and then 2 to navigation, 2 to hunts, if I understand how this is going to work. Normally confirm. Oh, 3 to 5. I was 1 short. In that case. Higgs and Cavity. There, that's my minimum. And then shovel coal, and I'll distribute the rest between the dogs and the navigation. +9 decorum. That's like 3 per, though Templeton losing loyalty means I can no longer guarantee his support. Fuck. Oh well. Maybe they'll like me if I end up keeping them alive. I'll see you for dinner, Shaw. Don't forget the Hosh Posh needs fed. Before dinner, should see descending. Yeah, I know, I will. Also believe it's time to give her a good doctorate visit. We still have wounded from the night on the Aurora. Their wounds need attended to before they're fit to work. And I doubt I need to remind you of this, but we need every hand available. Don't be afraid of assigning my team for some manual labor. They'll complain, but they'll work. Eavesdrop in. Well, let's see where we are first. Scout, scout, scout. So it'll drop my available dogs, but I really should scout all everywhere, shouldn't I? Week 3, we're nowhere. Week 2. Oh, this is more showing the state of the map than where we were. Man. We really just had to go straight into the one area that was going to tighten up. If we had gone to the left between this iceberg and the next one, it'd have been easy going. Even looking at the first week, that looks very precarious. And then as it starts to close, actually closing up, we were sailing on that little butt crack for a week, and then surprise, surprise, we're stuck. Should have listened to Kurt. Oh. Find the Adelaide penguin migration path. Find the crab-eater seal migration path. Emperor penguin migration path. Elephant seal migration path. There's so much to work on here. This looks to me like basic penguin, basic seal, better penguin, better seal, and seals probably have more dangers inherently than penguins. But why would I settle for less? Elephant seals are pretty big. But in this era, we should have guns, right? This is all plus fuel. Right? No, is that plus fuel or just plus resources? Because the icon looks like plus fuel drum to me. But I could imagine we could eat these too. Let's start with the crab-eater seal. 0 of 15 research. 10 research. Okay, so the more research we get done, apparently, the higher tiers we unlock. Alright. Well, I guess then, what I should do, before I do this, I can always go back to it, right? I can always go back to it. Let's get below decks first, because I want to assign somebody to fuel duty. That'll be Little Runt Ward plus 1 sack of coal every day. It'd be 40 if I assign 2 people to it. So I have 3 people assigned. That's 60 fuel each day. If we have 60 fuel each day, then I'm looking at a surplus of fuel. If I do 2, that's 40. And it'll be in pretty good condition. I think we'll start with 1 for now. That person has an icon, but I can't actually talk to them. I can only call the crew to dinner. There we go, Kasha. Took so long to get to her. Captain Shaw. I suppose I should get used to calling you that. I was asking the crew if anyone had seen Hunt or any of the deserters last night. Not a single soul. I know the man knows his ship well, but that seems odd. Crew could be lying. It could be a mutiny. Several of the senior crew seem surprised that the captain let an outsider in instead of someone's seniority. Do you think the crew could be lying? I wouldn't accuse anyone of that. Wouldn't accuse. But it's very unlikely he wasn't seen by anyone. I suppose the boiler troubles caused a great deal of distraction. It did. Rupture the boiler to get the captain out of the way. Either the captain had done it in order to, no flooded rooms. In order to mask his escape, or someone else did it to mask an attack on the captain and cover it up. Enter the ship's infirmary. Your presence seems to startle the young man inside, the rattle of dropped forceps ringing through the room. It's a good thing our doctor has such steady hands. Oh goodness, it's you. Captain now, is it? Seem irritable. Captain Robin Shaw, good to meet you. Ahem. Dr. Arthur Nutley. Dr. Nutley. Dr. Arthur Nutley, that's it. Good to meet you, Arthur. Spot a bother. Collect your thoughts. No good having a physician who can't compose itself. I'm sure he knows that. I'm not going to rag on him too much. Good to meet you, Arthur. Nutley gives a weak smile. If I'm good to him, that'll boost his confidence. Thank you. It's good to properly meet you. I suppose I seem a little scatterbrained at the moment. It isn't the norm. Recent circumstances have been trying. And the inclination towards seasickness is no help. Turner. The steam burns they suffered from the furnace are severe. Man, so he's not gonna be done in a week? If you let me take a look, I could do my best to alleviate their pain. If I let you take a look, you're the ship's doctor. This crew's a tough one. Is there nothing more you can do? -5 loyalty. Fuck you, Arthur. What the hell? I'm simply asking, is there anything more you can do? I wish there was, but there's no cure for these kind of injuries. I'm afraid this is the extent. At this point, all we can do is wait. Nutley lets out a nervous cough. You really, I mean, this isn't even trying to be nice to them. I was being nice. You have to know what specific thing is going to trigger someone's neuroses. I'm walking on eggshells with these people. I can't even give a neutral answer. It's not like I'm being... Is there anything else you can do? You useless egghead! Pull yourself together! Captain Hunt, do you think he maybe still be out there? There's a chance, however slim. Right. Give me +5 for a... You get no prize for being nice to people, and you get all the penalties if you dare say an imperfect thing. At least punish me for my choices, not for being a mind reader. I mean, there's some things that are obvious if you say someone's gonna be pissed, but I'd say that was pretty neutral. Perhaps we'll run into him again. No, that's ridiculous. Apologies, I'm rambling. If I say, have you had time to look after them, is it -10 because I'm implying that he doesn't know how to do his job? If I say a report would be nice, is it -20 because I'm implying that he's not already giving me reports? If I say they seem to be faring well, is it -50 because I'm implying they're doing well without him? That's the point we're at to now.